Hello everyone and welcome to Simply Learn. I am Pratik Shinde and I will be your Learner Success Manager for today's session. It's great to have you all here and I hope you are having a wonderful day so far. So before we jump into the exciting content, can you please confirm in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear? Yes. Okay, thank you for the confirmation. After the session, we will send out a short survey. Your feedback is priceless to us. So please take a moment to rate the session and tell us how we did. Please add comment to the survey which will encourage us to keep doing good work or improve. Closed captioning is available for this session. You will have to enable it to follow the conversation closely. The same will be made available in the session recording also. So before we dive in, let's do a quick audio check with our trainer. Hi Ranjita ma'am, can you hear me loud and clear?
Hi, yeah, good afternoon. You are loud and clear.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And now I will make you the presenter so you can begin with the session. All right,
Uh,
guys, happy learning.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, team. So you hope you had a wonderful week. Yes or no? Or it was a hectic. And on weekends we are doing our session. Yeah, where can I get the session recording? Session recordings are available on the LMS portal. On your LMS, under your live classes, you can see all the classes, Nitish. It was a kind of a hectic, no? Working is always hectic sometimes. Fine. So, hope you people have revised our planning we started last week. So, we finished with our scope planning for both predictive and adaptive. We also started with our schedule. So, we had seen the schedule management plan. We talked about breaking down of our project work breakdown structure into the list of activities. We talked about the different, like the dependencies, mandatory, discretionary, then external and the internal. And then we also talked about the four precedence diagramming relationship. Isn't it finish to start to start, finish to finish, and start to finish? And then we talked about our duration estimation. So these estimation techniques were what we were discussing in the last session. So we know that these estimation techniques are all common. So we have already developed our scope and we have decomposed that scope statement into the WBS. WBS would be the basis for our further planning, like breaking down of that work packages into the activities, then how we are going to estimate it. PMP questions all done very, very confusing. What is right to me is no right answer. That is what I told you. Sometimes we have to unlearn many things and we have to relearn the things from the PMI perspective. So please first go through all the mindset that I have shared it on the drive, the PMP mindset. When you are working for the predictive and when you are doing for your agile, so we need to be wearing that PMI hat. So just refer to those mindset and based on that you would be doing it. Though we have just entered into our planning, so this will be always you will feel more confident once you will be doing more questions and we are going to complete our topics also. Right? So don't get this like the demoralized or in that way. All right, so you have gone through the Gantt chart template, right? So good because Gantt chart, and this is what like more we are talking about the predictive. So you have to be very, very particular in the exam. If you look those keywords, no WBS, Gantt chart, all those the scope statement, that is what the question is asking from the predictive development approach. So if you remember last time when we talked about, because we would be completing our today the remaining topics of our scheduling. That is what is our today's agenda. So we have to finish our scheduling in the predictive. and also we'll talk about the schedule planning in the adaptive methodology and the hybrid. Then we would be covering the resource planning today. So that is what is our today's agenda. And then we'll move on with our remaining part of this procurement and the budget. That is what we will be doing it tomorrow. So we were discussing about the estimation techniques. We completed analogous, parametric, and 3 point. This is just based on the analogy. That is what your past experience says. Parametric is based on the historical information plus some statistics, isn't it? Per square feet of uh, construction is going to take this much of time. So how long this much of area will take? You know that for each line we need 1 minute if we have to develop a program for 100. I am on mute. Hey, people, just confirm me if I am not audible to you all. Am I audible or not? Hey, I am audible, no? So, fine. Thank you for the confirmations. Thank you, team. So, parametric is based on our analogous, that is the prior estimation, sorry, the prior experience, plus we apply some logic, isn't it? But 1 square meter of painting will take 1 hour. So, if we have to do the 2000 square meter painting, how long it will take? 3 point we talked about, where we have to understand the 3 points. What is the best scenario, worst scenario, and the most likely, which is the realistic one. And we just take the beta distribution, the weighted average, to get to know our estimated duration for our task, also for the project also. The last estimation technique, that is the most accurate way, and this is what like we also prefer in our project once we are closer towards our planning part. So this is basically a time consuming technique, but we, in order to do this bottom up estimation, that means you should have got all the sufficient details with you. So once we have our WBS, which has been broken down into the activities, we have already assigned the resources, what type of resources are going to work on those tasks, and the relationship also in what sequence we would be doing those activities. So that from the bottom level, from the activity level, we are trying to find out the duration of our work package as well as our total project also. I'll just share you, because I think last time also I shared you the MS project part. So how it happens in the predictive project, the bottom up estimation. So if you see this screen, that is the Microsoft project screen. So that screen says already we have our project where we have defined our work packages, isn't it? So we know that these are the work packages. You're preparing business case, all these are the work packages, and we have also defined the activities for each work packages. We have estimated the duration of these activities based on the resources we are going to assign. We have also sequenced our activities, the logic in which we are going to do. So once we have done that, so now you could easily find out the duration for each work package based on the duration of the activity and the logic of our activity. We could get to know how long each work package will take, and overall aggregating to the total project duration. This is what is called as bottom up estimation, because in the analogous parametric it was a kind of a top down. We were just using our prior experience, based on that we were doing it. But in bottom up estimation, we can always, it will be more accurate, because we have listed out all our activities that has to be done, and we have sequenced them also. We have assigned the resources also. That is more accurate estimate for our project. This is how we make use of in our project, predictive project, because there we know our scope is certain, requirements are almost certain. So we have done the upfront planning of all the work packages, what all activities has to be done, what type of resources we are going to use, and the logic. So all the activities based on their sequencing, we could get to know the total duration of each work package. And then all the work packages will be rolled up to the top level of our WBS, which is the project. This is how we do our bottom up estimation. So this is only possible once we have our project details defined. Until and unless you don't have your WBS, you have not uh, developed your activities, also defined your activities, you have done the sequencing, that is also not possible. So this is what only once we have the complete information, we could do that. So these are the four different estimation techniques which we would be using for our duration, for our cost, as well as for our effort estimation. These are all common estimation technique. So I hope now all these techniques are clear. So whenever a scenario says that your seniors or the senior management is just asking you to provide them an estimate because they have to report it to a meeting during the which is just going to happen, and they're just going to ask you to provide you as soon as possible, it could be a kind of a rough estimate they are looking for, then you would be always using your analogous estimation, or if you have some of those parameters available with you, you could prefer your analogous or the parametric only. But if the management is really interested to have a very accurate and the detailed estimate, and they're giving you sufficient time to do that, in that case we would be preferring our bottom up estimation. And once you know that you are doing a kind of a project where you don't have got a good experience of doing that project, and you want to consider those uncertainties, or you want to also look for some kind of a complexities, we would be preferring for this PERT estimation. Yes, these estimation techniques we use in the predictive, because there we have to have a detailed plan, detailed estimate, isn't it? So this is how we use it in that. Even in hybrid project also we would be using it. Estimation technique, as I just mentioned, they would be common when you are doing the estimation of your cost. So we can make use of the same techniques in the cost estimation also, right? So whether it is a kind of a very detailed estimate you want, accurate estimate you want, we would be preferring our bottom up estimation. So now you have your activities with you, we have sequenced our activities also, we have estimated the duration also, isn't it? So that is how you would be. Yes, Anuvrat, we have not yet moved into the agile planning. Okay, so agile estimation, how do we plan our schedule in the agile? We'll just cover that. Right now, we are only focusing on the predictive. So now when we have our activities, our logic, and the duration also that we have planned. So this is how we could get our critical path of the project. Now what is the critical path? Critical path is basically the longest path through a project, and it is also the shortest possible duration that our project will take, and the minimum flexibility in our schedule. Because the duration what your critical path has, that means you cannot complete your project in shorter than that duration, and it is always the longest path. Like say if we consider this particular example, so we know that there could be one path where we have our project activity 1, 2, 4, 6 and finish. This is one path on our project, and you have another path that is your 1, 3, 5, 6. So this is what like first and second. So first activity, second, fourth, sixth, first, second, fourth, sixth. Total duration is coming as 14 weeks. When we say first, third, fifth, and sixth, First, third, fifth, and sixth, the total duration is 6 plus 5 weeks, 4 weeks, and 1 week, 16 weeks. So, because here we know that we have a kind of a dependency where activity 1 is driving the start of activity 2 and 3. Similarly, this activity 6 is getting driven by both activity 4 also, activity 5th also. This is how our sequence says. So now, as we know, to complete our total project, we cannot finish in less than 16 weeks. So your longest path, first, third, fifth, and sixth, these activities are on the critical path, and the activities, this 2 and 4, are the non critical. How do we do that? Because we know that 4 plus 3, the total duration of this is 7 weeks. 5 plus 4, this is coming as 9 weeks. That means during this particular time, we do have 2 weeks of float. What is that float? We'll just talk about float or slack. That even if you delay these activities by 2 weeks and you complete these two activities via 9 weeks, still our project will go on time. That is what is the significance of calculating our critical path or knowing our critical path, so that as a project manager you know where you have to focus. If you have to give the priority to your high performing resources, there are people no who are sometimes very high performers, so they have got a very what we say no the fast movers. So you should always try to give the priority to assign those resources on the critical activities, so that if you complete your critical task on time. I'm just completing. I will be explaining you with an example only. If you complete your critical path on time, your project will run on time. If you delay your critical path, your project would also get delayed. So let's understand how do we calculate our critical path. So I'll just give you one example, because most of the time in the predictive project where we know that we have to have so many activities, just like I showed you the example where more than 100, 200 activities we are doing it. So it is not possible for us to all prepare our network diagram or this critical path. So we make use of those tools, Primavera, maybe the Microsoft project. They helps us in defining our critical path. So how do we calculate our critical path? So ideally we do have our activities. Let's say we have got these 5 activities in our project: A, B, C, D, and E. Now activity A is the predecessor for activity B as well as activity C. Activity B is driving D, C is driving E, D is also driving E. So this is how we have sequenced our activities. Now, when we are going to know how much float or how much focus we have to do on what all activities, we always take two paths. Forward pass will give us the earliest start and earliest finish of each activity. What earliest we can start and how much early we can finish an activity. Then we would also calculate what could be the possible late start or the late finish for each activities. That is what we'll just know by the backward pass in our project schedule. So let's first discuss on the forward pass. How do we identify or how do we calculate what is the earliest start and earliest finish of our activities? So we know that A is the first task. We have our start milestone where we are just going to start our project. So that is what like we have a start. Now this is always milestones 0 days because it is signifying the start of our project. So A is the first activity of the project. So what could be the earliest possible time to start our activity A? That would be your project start date. Are you with me? The earliest you can start your first activity of the project would be your project start date. Let's say that is we are starting from 1st of July, day 1, isn't it? So earliest is what, like day 1 morning 9 a.m. If our calendar says we are working from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So the earliest start of activity A would be the 9 a.m. on the day 1. This activity is going to take 3 days. Duration of this activity is your 3 days. So we know that if this is going to take full 3 days, 3 days of the duration. So if you're starting it on day 1, what would be the earliest finish for this activity A? Day 1, day 2, and day 3rd. So day 3rd evening 6 p.m. could be the earliest finish date for our activity A, isn't it? We are just getting to know what could be the earliest possible start and earliest possible finish. So A activity is there, maybe it is a preparing of our design. So we know that our project is starting on day 1. So 9 a.m. could be the earliest start for this activity. That is what is the, and it is going to take 3 days. So it can only finish by the 3rd evening 6 p.m. because duration is 3 working days. Am I right, or are you with me on this? Is it clear? No? Earliest finish can also be calculated by earliest start plus duration minus 1. Now B and C both are driven by activity A. So both B and C are the successor of task A, and since A activity is finishing on day 3rd 6 p.m. So what could be the earliest start for activity B and C? Won't it be day 4 9 a.m.? Yes. How come day 3rd? Day 4th, no, because 3rd 6 p.m. it is finishing. Our working time is 9 to 6. So we can only start our successor activity next day by 9 a.m. So this is how we have our earliest finish of earliest start for activity B and C. Now B is going to take 4 days. So fourth, if it is starting at 9 a.m., so day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7, or 4 plus 4 minus 1. That would be the earliest finish date by 7th, 6 p.m. That could be the earliest finish if this activity is going to take 4 days. Similarly, C activity is taking 5 days to complete, and we are starting on day 4, 9 a.m. So the earliest finish could be the day 8. 4 plus 5 minus 1, or in that way. Now B is driving activity D. So the earliest start of activity D could be the day 8th, and it is going to take 5 days. So by 12th it would finish. E activity is dependent on both D as well as C. And this is what, like, we know that default relationship is finish to start. All these activities are linked by finish to start right now, because D is finishing on 12th day by 6 p.m. C is finishing on 8th day by 6 p.m. But E could only start on day 13th, isn't it? How come 14th? Isn't it 13th would be the earliest start date for activity E? Yes, Tejas, isn't it? Now E activity is the last activity which is having 3 days duration. On what? I just said there is an activity E which could only start once both its predecessors are finished. Finished to start dependency, no? This can only start once predecessor have finished. Both the predecessors. Now because D is finishing on day 12th, C is finishing on day 8th, you cannot schedule it on 9th day because it D activity also needs to be finished to start this activity E. And since D is getting over on 12th day by 6 p.m., so E activity will start the 13th day only. Yes, Tejas, what is the confusion? Got it now? So this is what we have now. Now E activity is 3 days duration, day 13, day 14, day 15. Just you have to do the forward calculation. Just do the forward counting in order to understand this earliest start and earliest finish. Or you may use these formulas also. So Rob, what we have got now through the forward pass, we have calculated the earliest start and earliest finish of our activities. So we are starting our project on day 1. Earliest start of a project is your day 1. Earliest finish of your project is day 15. That means 15 days is the duration of our project. Now we have to know what could be the late start and late finish of our task, of our activities. So the last activity which has got no successor, because now after that we just have a finish milestone, project is finished. So the late finish would be also the last, that is the day 15. So now we have to just do the backward pass, backward calculation to know how much late we can start an activity and we can late finish an activity. So if the late finish of E activity is day 15, it is for 3 working days. See, day 1 is the earliest start. There are two types of explanation of critical path zonal. They do it 0 and then they do it 0 plus 3, 3. Then they start earliest at the 3 and 3 plus 4. Okay. But this is what, as per the standards, we use this way. Even PMI also follows this. There are other explanation also for critical path. So anyway you do that, the duration, the float will remain same, the critical path will also remain same, because the day 1 is the earliest start. No, day 0 could not be the earliest start, isn't it? Day 0 is what is your milestone, that doesn't have the earliest start of your project is what we are now calculating. Yes, Sonal, we are using our PMI standards. So this is how we calculate our earliest start and earliest finish. Now we have the backward pass. So if you are finishing a task on day 15 and it is a 3 days task, so what could be the late start for that activity? Day 15, day 14, day 13. How could 12? Day 15th, you have finished by 6 p.m. It is going to take 3 days. So late start of this task could be the day 13th only. Day 15, day 14, day 13th, 9 a.m. That could be the latest start for this activity E. Now the predecessor of these tasks, if this activity's late start is 13th, that means 1 day prior they must have finished. So late start could be calculated by late finish minus duration plus 1. Late finish is going to be calculated by late start of your successor task minus 1. So if you use the formula or if you just do the backward calculation, late finish minus late start. See, late finish, but this is what like we do, no, 3 days of duration. So because we are counting day 15 also, no, day 15, day 14, day 30. Now, if any activity is starting on 13th, that means its predecessor must have finished 1 day prior. So 12th could be the late finish for its predecessor task. We just are calculating the earliest start and latest start, Mukund. How much early you can start an activity and how much late we can start or finish an activity. That is what we are trying to understand, so that as a project manager, you know where we have to put our focus on, which activity has got. So just let me first complete it, then I'll just, you would be able to understand that also. Right now, just focus on how do we calculate our earliest start and late start. So we know a fine. So now we have our 12th, because both of them are the predecessor. So late finish for our D and C would be day 12. So because the late finish of C is day 12 and it is 5 days task. So 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, or you may use this formula also. Okay. So the way you may use, you can calculate it. Late start of our C would be the 8th, 9 a.m. Yes, just wait. Yeah, let me complete it. Now the D activity late finish is 12. It is for 5 days. So 12 minus 5 plus 1, or 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. You just do the backward calculation. The late start of D is 8th. That means its predecessor must have finished 1 day prior. It is for 4 days duration, 7654, or 7 minus 4 plus 1. Now B and C both are the successor of task A. So A is driving both B and C. So the late finish of A should be not 6, but it should be day 3rd, because the start of B is day 4th. That means A must have finished by day 3rd. Then only we could late start this activity on day 4. And this is our 1. Now, as looking into this particular network diagram, we know that if you start this activity C instead of on day 4, if you start it even on day 5, day 6, day 7, or even day 8, that is the late start. You could finish it on day 12th and you can start the successor on 13th. It will run on time. So the float on your project is basically amount of time an activity has, which could be delayed. Amount of time an activity can be delayed without impacting the project finish date. So how do we calculate? Total float is nothing but float or slack, they are the same terms. The formula to calculate your total float is late start minus early start, or late finish minus early finish. That gives us a total float. And wherever we have a total float as 0 days, that means that is a critical task. Critical activity, that says you cannot even delay that activity just for a day also, otherwise your project would be delayed. And wherever you have in your activity total float as 1 days to n number of days, that means those number of days you could delay that activity. It will not impact your project finish date. That is a non-critical task. So in this project, we know that A, earliest start is day one, late start is also day one. You have to start this activity anyhow on day one itself. Similarly, B activity day fourth is the earliest also late. 4 minus 4, 0 days of float here. 0 days of float on task A. 0 days of float on task D. 0 days of float on task E. That is what your A, B, D, and E are the critical path. They are on the critical path. These four activities. If we sum up these four activities duration, that is what is a 15 days, which is the shortest possible time to complete our project. You cannot complete your project in less than 15 days. To complete this project in less than 15 days, you have to review your relationship. Either finish to start, you have to apply some lead time. Overlapping has to be done. Then only you would be able to complete it in a shorter time frame. You have to change your critical path. Then only it would be giving you the how much fast you can complete your project. Right? The activity A is the predecessor for B and C. So the late start of activity B is day 4 and late start of our activity C is day 8. You cannot finish this activity on day 7, no? Otherwise, how could start B on day 4th? Because B latest start is day 4th. That means this has to be finished by day 3rd only, isn't it? Once we have a multiple dependency, you need to consider all those dependent tasks so that you would be able to identify the earliest start date or the late start date, isn't it, Hitesh? All of these are on the project activities, but now we do have a continuous path. So we know that we could have a project where A, C, and D also could be on our critical path. But if you calculate A, C, and E, 3 plus 5 plus 3, it is only coming as 11 days duration. And when we sum up this A, B, D, and E, it is coming as 15 days. So we know that critical path is always the longest path. Here we have our total float on the activity C as 4 days. So if any resource who is working on task C, if they are taking some kind of a leave, or we know that we have to give priority on which task so that our project can complete on time or faster. Now what if suppose we say that on our task C, right now there are two workers working on this activity. So two workers working on this activity C are taking 5 days to complete. Now what if suppose instead of two, I added two more workers. I added four workers on this task. Won't you feel that this task could be completed faster? Do you agree? If I add two more people on activity C, they will be able to finish it faster. So instead of 5 days, let's say they could finish it in 3 days also. Will it impact my total project duration if I complete this activity in 3 days and instead of 8, I finish it on day 6 itself or day 5? Whether it is going to make any impact? No. But what if I squeeze my activity D? Instead of 5 days, I add more workers here and I cut short this duration as 3 days. Now, will it have any impact on my project finish date? Yes, isn't it? So that is what now, when you are developing your project schedule And now we find that we have to squeeze the duration. We have to compress our duration because our project schedule, we will not be getting the approval for this 15 days of time. They are asking us to complete it in 12 days. Now you have to focus. So how we can reduce the duration of our project? Either by adding more workers, isn't it? That is how, by adding, increasing your effort. If you do the overtime, or if you are applying more manpower so that they can complete it faster, that is one way. Or if we do the work in parallel, if you do the work in parallel, that means instead of finish to start, what if I have a start to start minus, or finish to start minus 2 days of lead time for this activity? I could have crashed my duration. I could have reduced my duration in that case also, isn't it? So we need to focus on this critical path. If you have to reduce the duration, compress the duration, so we know it would be only giving you the phenomenal impact if you are following your critical path to reduce that duration. If you try to reduce the duration of your non-critical activity, it may not be giving you any phenomenal impact on the project schedule, isn't it? That is what we are saying. Wasn't C activity is the successor of A and predecessor for E, isn't it? That is what we have discussed in the sequencing. How do we sequence our project activities? Precedence diagramming method, isn't it? We know that there are 10 activities in our project. So, in what sequence you are going to schedule them? That is where we use our PDM relationship, precedence diagramming relationship, finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, start to finish, isn't it? So once you know that these are the activities, so how you are going to assign your predecessors and successor? B and C are starting because B and C are getting driven by task A. So they says as soon as they can only start once their predecessor could finish, isn't it? Finish to start dependency means the task can only start once the predecessor has finished. So both B and C have a common predecessor, that is the task A. So they can only start once the predecessor has finished. So as soon as task A has finished on day third, so B and C both can start on day four, isn't it? So there is no dependency between task B and C. Please remember, B and C doesn't have any kind of a relationship here. The dependency, the relationship of B and C is on the activity A. D is also not the predecessor for C. Please do remember, D is not the successor of C. D has only dependency on our task B. C, isn't it? D is only dependent on task B. See the this arrows shows the dependencies, no? Which activity is driving which one? So activity C is the successor of A and predecessor of E. E is having the dependency on both D as well as C. So E can only start once D and C both finishes. Yes, Swati, isn't it? That is what it is. You are also saying. Both C and D finishes, then only E starts. Are you all getting it? What we did it here in this critical path with this simple example I shown you, but you have to consider your, when we assign this dependencies and when we estimate our duration. So duration estimation definitely will be dependent on your number of resources, isn't it? So on that basis only we have estimated our duration of the activity. So now we have a kind of our project. See, this is what, like, I'll just tell you. This is what first focus. Critical path, is it clear? How do we calculate our critical path? Critical path is always the longest path on your project and the shortest time possible to complete our project. The time to be taken by the project is always going to be based on the duration of its critical activities. You cannot complete your project in lesser than that time. I think we do have another example here also. Just look at this. We have A and B, they are the start jobs. A and B are the start jobs. A is driving C and D, isn't it? And C and D are driving F. B is also driving E. D is also driving E. F and E are the last job of our project where we are ending up our project. Same, this is the early start, early finish. Early start, early finish. 3 days is the duration, 4 days is the duration of B. Just see how we have the same thing. We are starting our earliest start of activity A and B would be day 1, and it is for 3 days. It will over on day 3rd. It is for 4 days. It will finish on day 4th. So A is driving C and D. That means the earliest start for C and D would be day 4, and finish date would be. How do we estimate the duration? That is what we, as I mentioned, we may use our estimation for either on the analogous way, isn't it? Or you have to apply some parameters, or maybe we have estimated the duration based on the information, isn't it? You know that you have to develop a code for a module. So for that, if two developers are working, they will take to develop this module in 80 hours. So we know that 5 days would be the duration. Or in sometimes when our construction project, you know that we have to do our painting or brickwork. So we know that this brickwork is around 200 cubic meter. So we have our the thumb rule, know that one worker completes in 1 day how many cubic meter of work. So if you are applying 10 labors, how many days it will take? Remember, I we discussed about the effort, about the duration estimation, isn't it? If you know that one labor's output per day is 10 cubic meter. So if we are working with 10 labors, so that means 10 days would be the duration for that task. So duration estimation, we just discussed those techniques, no? That is how we are using those estimation techniques for these activities. So based on that, now we have our sequencing of activities, we have the duration and the resources also, because duration and resources will be having a relationship, isn't it? If you know that 5 workers are completing that task in 10 days, if we add 8 workers, the duration would be shorter than this 10 days. It could be 6 days or 7 days that will take. So when we estimate the duration, we do have to consider the number of resources. That is what in the real time, when you are developing your schedule, we always develop our WBS, defining the activities, estimating the duration, estimating the resources. It is all getting done at the same time. We are doing it independently, individually, module wise for our understanding, but in the real time, we always do that in the same way, isn't it? Did you get this critical path by this example? And duration? We know that in our schedule management plan, we have to define whether our duration would be in days, weeks, hours, isn't it? That also goes in our plan. What would be your duration format? Whether you are going to estimate duration in days or in weeks or in hours. So based on that, you may use any of these duration formats. Is it clear now what is the critical path? In this case also, if you see 1 minus 1 0 days of float, 4 minus 4 0 days of float, 4 minus 7 we have 3 days of float. Here we have 1 day of float. Here again 0 days of float. So by seeing this diagram, you can just first find out, okay, we have one path A, C, F. We have one path A, D, E. We have one path B and E, isn't it? We have one path A, D, F. That is what then calculate the total duration. A, C, F. So it is 3 plus 2 plus 6, isn't it? 8 days. A, D, E. A, D, E. 3 plus 4 plus 4, 11 days. B and D, 8 days. A, D, F, 3 plus 4, 7 plus 3, 10. So the shortest possible time would be the 11 days. This is our critical path. So in your exam, suppose they give you this kind of a figure and they ask you question, please calculate the float on activity D. What would be your answer? What is the float on activity D? Considering this schedule network. Now, what happens? So after seeing the question, hey, it is asking us to calculate the float. People just start doing all these calculation. Earliest start, late start, earliest finish, late finish. No, you have already found that D activity is falling on the critical path. That means it will have a 0 days of float. Simple. That is how we have to think. They'll give you this example and they'll ask you to identify the critical path. Yes, this is what I am trying to say. So it is not understanding has to be required. Why? Because in our real time also, if we have to crash the duration, if we want to compress the duration, we have to focus on the critical path only to have the impact, to have that phenomenal impact. Otherwise, if you try to reduce the duration of any non-critical activity, it will not give you any significant impact on your duration. If suppose management says, hey, we are just having no constraint for resources, you can just take use n number of resources we are going to provide you, just complete it in a shortest time. So again, you know that if you have got surplus of resources or additional resources, you need to identify where we have to focus on. So that is where you always need to see what activities are on my critical path. So I should first give the priority on my critical path only. Then only you would be able to complete your project on time. Total float is nothing but it is the late start minus early start or late finish minus early finish. That is how we get to know our total float. By any way. But as such an exam, no. Here, what is your critical path? A, D, and E, isn't it? This is our critical path. This red color, no? Even in your softwares also, the bars will come in the red color on the Gantt chart. The critical task will be always in the red color bars in your Gantt chart as well. Forward pass is nothing but the way we calculate our early start, early finish, that is the forward pass. And backward pass where we calculate our late start, late finish by doing the backward calculation. That is what is the forward pass and backward pass. So once you have now your critical path also, you have your uh, project activities, everything. So we have got our earliest start, earliest finish of the activities. Exactly. A, D and D are on the critical because no float. That is the longest path also, no? 3 plus 4 plus 4, 11 days. So this is how we have got the start date and finish date of our activities. We have got our total duration of the project also. So this is what like we get our project schedule. Now we have our complete model with the dates, with everything. This is what like we are going to finalize as our baseline. Once we have to first ensure other things also into consideration. Now we know that we have got different presentation formats for our schedule. Roadmaps already we have discussed. That is a bigger picture of our entire project. We do have our Gantt chart. That is what I just shown you on the Microsoft project also. Gantt chart looks like this. You have a horizontal bars for each activity with the associated duration. By looking at this bar chart, Gantt chart, we can know that this activity is going to take 2 days. This activity is going to take 3 days. This is the 2 days task. Starting on 21st and 22nd, it is finishing. This is a milestone task. This is a kind of a task which is going to take 5 days. So that is what like we get to know through this Gantt chart. This is mostly used in the predictive only. We are only talking about our predictive right now. This is a format where we have only the milestones presentation, all the milestones of our project, and we just represent it so that we get to know our start and the finish of those significant events. We do have our network diagram, isn't it? That is what we all know. This is what like it would be sometimes more complicated than this diagram as well in the real time. When we do our big project, maybe 200, 300, 800 activities are there. That is how we do it. When we work for our pipelines project, refineries project, so many activities are there. Construction project, airport project. We did it recently in our this in UP also, that Kanpur there is a Chakeri airport going on. I did the complete planning. It has more than 863 activities for that airport project, isn't it? So many work packages are there. So when you have to develop your schedule, so that is where we use these tools. Most of the predictive methodologies, wherever we are working on, we do make use of these tools. They will be very, very useful for us. And I am pretty much sure most of you working with those waterfall approach must be using some or the other tool for developing your project schedule or developing of all your planning and monitoring also. They gives you the wonderful features to carry out our work. Now if you see this SS plus 10, FS plus 15, what does this means? Anyone? Lag. Yeah, this is start to start plus 10 days of lag. Finish to start plus 15 days of lag. That is what it is showing on the network diagram. So that is what like we may represent our schedule. So this is what it tells us how the logic of our project is defined, how the dependencies are there on the activities, what kind of dependencies we have. So this is another way of representing our project schedule. Now tell me, if suppose we have this particular schedule and during our scheduling part, we just missed to consider our resource supply. Let's say these two activities are there where let's say Faraz is working on activity B also and Faraz has been assigned on activity C also, and B activity is let's say taking around 5 days, C activity is just taking around 8 days. So now what is this known as? You know that Faraz is allocated for this activity also, C and B, and Faraz can only work for 8 hours a day. But in our allocation it says Faraz limit is 8 hours, that is his limit. But we have allocated him 16 hours of work. So Faraz, tell me, would you be okay to work for 16 hours? No, it is not, even it is not good practice also. We know we cannot overburn our people. And there are in some of the organizations, you have your policies, though you cannot utilize any resource more than a particular limit. Now, this is what we call as a resource over allocation. It is as good as you know that we have our developers, we just have three developers, and you have allocated two developers on task F, one developer on task I. At a time, you need three developers, and we just have a limit of two developers. So that is where we have to always do the resource optimization. So resource optimization is basically you have to always meet your resource supply and the demand. So we can only using our resources within their limits. That is how you have to adjust your activities. Now, if we are able to adjust our activities within the float, because we know that we have an float on activity A, which could be delayed, which could be maybe we know that this activity can be delayed by some time, and because we do have a float, so our critical path will not change. So when we are adjusting the activities based on the resource availability or within their limit itself, and it is not impacting our project critical path or the project duration, that is what we call as a smoothing. But that smoothing will not always work for you. You may not be able to adjust your resource allocation within the float. We need to sometimes, this is what, like, we know that these are the two activities where Faraz is working, and after these two activities are over, we have our third activities. So we know that both of them are critical, but it is how we cannot do it. So now we know that we have to shift this activity start date after completion of this and then completion of this. So changing the start of the critical activity definitely will have an impact on our project duration. But that is how we are doing the resource optimization, which may impact our critical path. That is what is known as the resource leveling. So we are having some constraint that we cannot have more resources, but we have to manage within that only. So we have to now change our project schedule. You may be requiring to delay the start of some of the activities, or you have to reduce the resources on some of the activities. So if you're reducing the resources from some of the activities, instead of two developers, one developer is now working, definitely the duration also will increase. And if it is a critical activity, 5 days duration, now you are making it 10 days, definitely our critical path also will be modified. But we cannot do anything. That is how we have to manage. Because if you don't optimize your resources, what will happen in the real time? If you just execute your project with this particular schedule, you will face a problem during this time frame, isn't it? We know that we have a kind of a project, so we have a over allocation during this time. If you don't optimize them during this time frame, you will be in a problem, because you don't have a sufficient resources. You will find the resource issues. That is how we have to always ensure, before finalizing our project schedule, make sure that there is no over allocation of the resources. So we can always make use of this smoothing and leveling. Smoothing will not change our critical path, but leveling will change our critical path. Next, you also have to understand if our schedule that we have developed needs to be compressed. So that is what, like, we discussed in our critical path. We do have two techniques for compressing our project schedule. One is the crashing, where we are just adding more resources. Sonal, first preference should be our smoothing, no? Could we do something within the float by adjusting the resources itself so that our critical path remains intact? That would be our top priority. But always it will not work. Then we have to go for the leveling. If you have some resource constraint, you cannot add more resources. You cannot ask them to do that kind of over your what we say overtime. Then we have to go for leveling only. It is all that we are trying to adjust our resource limit. Either you call it as a smoothing if it is not impacting the critical path, or it is leveling which may impact it. Now, crashing is nothing but it is just like suppose this is our normal schedule 15 days. We have three activities, and this is how we are doing it. So, when we say fast tracking means overlapping, where you have to use your lead or lag time with changing your relationships. So right now we have provided activity B 2 days of overlapping. Activity C also 2 days of overlapping. So we could complete our work from day 1 till day 11, which was 15 days earlier. This is fast tracking. So when we are doing the overlapping of work, you may use it for us for your delays also later on. This is what right now in the planning also we have to look for, even in the monitoring also. Right now we are in the planning and we see our project schedule is 15 days, but management is not giving you the approval for that. They want you to still compress your schedule. Now you have to rethink which all activities relationship can be reviewed. So when you are reviewing your relationship, maybe by overlapping your activities, that is how instead of finish to start, now we are applying 2 days of lead time. So by that we are trying to crash our duration. We are trying to optimize our duration, reduce our duration by 11 days now. So when you do the work in parallel, overlapping, there are chances of reworking, that you may have done something wrong. Some risk would be there. That is what you have to do the additional planning. Yes, fast tracking means when we are changing our relationship and we just overlap our work, we do the work in parallel. That is what is the fast tracking. Because sometimes adding more resources on the activity is not going to reduce the total duration of your activity. We know that we have a task of curing. Now, this curing activity will take 7 days, may it will take 7 days. You cannot reduce this activity's duration by 2 days or 3 days, even by adding more manpower, isn't it? We know that certain activities you cannot crash. They just will do discuss that also. That is the risk actually. Let me just cover this. Fast tracking means we are trying to reduce our duration of the project by doing the work in overlapping. Crashing means instead of one worker, now we have added two people on each task so that we have reduced the duration. Now we could complete our project in 10 days only. That is what is the crashing. So these both techniques are used in your planning also, even in our monitoring as well. Because right now we are making our approved plan. Now, once we are going to execute our work, and if we face some kind of a delay in our activities, at that time also we would be going for our schedule compression. Yes, crashing will add more cost also. That is what we have to see when we are developing our plan, whether this crashing is adding more cost and it is going beyond our budget, then you have to prefer the fast tracking only with additional risk planning. And when we are developing our schedule, as Tejas asked, so when you are developing your schedule, no, we haven't discussed right now the risk planning. We will be talking about the risk also maybe tomorrow. So we have to always consider those uncertainties when we are giving our project schedule. Always. So that is what, like, that you may have some uncertainties about employee attrition, some kind of your machine shutdown, or maybe some kind of a delay in the vendors. So we do have to predict all these risks, all these uncertainties, what would be the chances and what would be the impact. So based on that, we have to develop our estimate. If we know that this is what we'll just discuss in our risk planning, so that is what, when we are developing our estimate, we find out that we have a risk of employee attrition. Maybe you know that we have a tester and he's a very experienced tester, and for this project it is a critical resource. If suppose he leaves, it may have an impact, huge impact. So based on that, we have to our effort risk response planning also, that if there are high chances or low chances, then how you could mitigate it. Maybe you can have some good employee engagement strategies to retain him, or maybe you can have a kind of a strategy where some other resources can be provided with all those kinds of necessary training, so that there will not be huge impact. Or we know that we do have our 2 months or 1 month of notice period during which we can identify a new tester. All that thing we have to understand, and based on that we have to put some reserve also. Okay. So fast tracking and crashing, these are the two techniques. Fast tracking is basically where we have our critical path. So wherever it is possible, we apply some lead time on the activities which are finished to start dependency, or could we do some activities by running in start to start. That is what we have to see. Whatever way we can do the fast tracking, isn't it? That is what we are trying to do. Now if you feel that no, third activity could not be done in parallel, so we have done A and B in parallel, C activity you would be doing it afterwards only. This is what you have overlapped. So overlapping means, just imagine if you are doing a task one after another, and if you are doing three tasks at the same time, don't you feel that when you do three tasks at the same time, there would be a chance that you miss something or you do something wrong? So where we may require some kind of a rework. That is what it is being said. Yes, Tuti. So, fast tracking is always like wherever you feel that we can do the overlapping. Yes, fast tracking and crashing, always we have to think on the critical path, then only you will be having the significant impact. This is basically, Manisha, we are talking about the predictive only. Yes, you may use the crashing. No, that is what, if we find that our project budget is coming as $1 million only, and with our project part, now we do have our $1.4 million budget. So we know that okay, we are within the budget only, so we can do use this crashing if you have the resource availability. That is what we have to understand. Fast tracking would not mean extended working hours. Fast tracking means instead of doing the activities one after another, we are doing in parallel, overlapping. Some overlapping we are trying to provide. We are not preferring to have some extended working hours, Swati. So both of these techniques are there. That is what you have to see where we can use what one. Because always crashing cannot be applicable. You know that you have some kind of a rules where an activity cannot be further reduced, the duration cannot be further reduced even by adding more manpower. Are you all okay on this to fast tracking and crashing? Is it clear or any doubt? So now once we have reviewed our project schedule, yes, both will increase the risk and the cost. No, crashing will always have more cost, and even in the fast tracking also risk would be there, and cost also would be there. If you are reworking on some work, that will always add more cost, isn't it? That will be there. Now, before like we are finalizing our schedule baseline, we have reviewed everything and now we are satisfied. Then we would be saving our project schedule baseline. So that is what is the approved version of our project schedule that we will be monitoring throughout our project. So our planned versus actual. So approved version of your schedule model that could be always changed only via change control process. By the change control board only, we can change our schedule baseline once it is approved. It is one of the most important document when which we have to create the scope baseline, schedule baseline, and our cost baseline. All of these three things we always prepare when we are finalizing our plan. So we know that our project management plan has three baselines: scope, cost, and budget. So we have seen our scope and the schedule, and the budget we'll just see in the cost topic. Now, there are some special intervals also that we have to plan for, isn't it? Just like if you're using some of the machineries, so we do have to have a downtime for that. So this is what like we would be always negotiating in advance, because we always try to have those downtime once we know that it will be very less impact on our project. That is what no, even on the non-working days, or we know that at what time it will have a very less impact on our project schedule. So this is how we always have our downtime. And there are two more terms we use: blackout and the go live. So blackout is basically just we have a timeline where we just want to release our product or release our services in a kind of a very stable state. So we as a team has to agree upon that how and when we are going to schedule these blackout times, so that it will always avoid any disruptions in anybody's working also. Just imagine we do receive some SMSs through the banks, no, from this time to this time all our networks banking services will be suspended because we are doing some upgradation work. Can crashing or fast tracking be done after schedule baseline? No, no, no. Once our baselines are approved, means before that you have to see, no, because we know that our project schedule is set for 8 months, and we know that no, 8 months is not our management is going to give the approval. We have to make it till 7 months. So that is where you would be using all those techniques. Before finalizing our baseline, we have to ensure that we are meeting those timelines that our project charter says, isn't it? So after that, once we have matched our timeline, then you would be getting the approval. Once your baselines are approved, they are the part of your plan. And now, after the approval, you cannot modify your baselines without the change request. Change control board has to give the approval for changing any of your plan components after their approval. So blackout time is a kind of your temporary pause, isn't it? As the banking system also announced that no transactions, no account changes has to be there. Yes, you have to plan for those downtime. That will be a part of your project schedule also, no? This is how we have to understand, isn't it? Because no transactions, no updates, nothing are allowed, because we want to ensure the data consistency during this migration. When we are just migrating from testing server to our development, code freezes exactly. So we don't want to make that nobody should make those changes during that time. All those smoke testing, all those things we do at that time. Even the Amazon and all these e-commerce platform also, when they are migrating onto some new server, isn't it, they do announce this blackout time. So we are suspending those changes so that no product will be new product will be added, no backend edits will be going to have, no customer facing activities will continue during this blackout time. So ideally this is just before your go live. So go live is basically where we are launching or we are going live, isn't it? The official moment with the new system, new services has been activated for the use. So in some project where you are going with your incremental, you may have multiple blackouts, or if it is a single, it will be single blackout and single go live. Adaptive team do use a special sprint, that is the hardening sprint. So this is the sprint where team is not developing anything new, but they just conduct this special sprint, which may be only for a week only, 1 week only, not for 4 weeks or like that. And it is just they are going some additional testing. They just want to do some more quality standards testing before they are going to release their product in the market or to the customers. So whenever we are working on a very complex projects or a kind of some critical project, so we just want to have a special round of quality check just to ensure that there are no critical issues. That is what we are trying to do during this hardening sprint or iteration H. It is just to stabilize your code base so that it is always enough for the release. No new functionality is going to be added here. So it is mainly we are focusing for the refactoring or any technical debt. That is what we use it. Now we'll move on to our adaptive environment and the hybrid. So predictive environment, we know we have our planning, WBS, then activities, then sequencing of the activities, then estimating the duration, defining our critical path so that we ensure no resource overallocation is there. And also we have got our duration optimization done, that we have met our desired timeline. After that only we freeze our baseline for the project schedule. Now in the adaptive, as we know, we may have ensured that what would be our final completion date, but we know that we are working with our iterative scheduling with the proper backlog for each iterations. That is how we are doing it. So it all depends on your team composition, your life cycle, whether we are working with a cross functional team or we are working for a different team, isn't it? So there are two type of approach: time boxed and on demand. Time boxed already we have discussed, where we have a fixed time box of our 2 weeks or 4 week of sprint, that is going to be fixed for every time box. 2 weeks of 2 weeks, if it is 4 then 4 weeks only, and each time box has a fixed plan. This is how we work with. We just do the upfront planning for our current sprint and we execute that only. But when we go for this on demand scheduling, because in certain cases we cannot have any fixed way of doing it. So there we know that we cannot follow a fixed time box, but we have to work with the pull based on the customer demand. We have to always flow our information. It is mostly when we have our bugs fixing service or our service team is doing it. So we know that all our service requests are there. So there we cannot have a kind of a fixed schedule. That is what we call as an on-demand pull-based Kanban. Anyone who is working with this Kanban over here in this group? Yes, Hitesh, we'll just go for a break after 5 minutes, okay? Just after I'll complete this slide, then we'll go for a break. Kanban, anybody is working on this group? Yeah. So that is what is a typically on-demand scheduling. Because it is always great when we know that we have to have a continuous flow. Like service requests are there, and we always have a balanced workload and within the team, and there is no kind of a dependencies on the work also. This is where we prefer the on demand scheduling. Just imagine it is a kind of your help desk where lot of requests are coming. So customer care executive, if we have three executives, so we know that we'll always have work in progress limit as three requests at a time. So once they complete these three requests, they'll have their board work in progress done. So once it is done, it will be coming here. And once any customer executive is free, she'll go again, fetch the another request and start doing it. That is how they are prioritizing the request. They are pulling the work and they are executing the work, completing the work, again going and pulling. Like that, they are executing it continuously. They don't have any fixed thing to do. It is all as per their bandwidth. They pull the request and they are completing it in a kind of a continuous flow. So we always know. Yes, always in this on demand, we have this Kanban only, lean. On demand is always this Kanban. So this is only useful where we don't have any dependencies. If you have a very complex dependencies in your project, we cannot go for continuous flow. Yes, that is what product owner would be giving the request. No, all this to-do list is there. In certain cases, you know that we have a priority, isn't it? Customer request. What if in the banking application there is a customer request to block his credit card? So that is what we do have a prioritized, and based on that, team is going to pull it. They will be doing it. So this is how we are going to always do that. So team is just going to pull the work from the queue, and it is a kind of a continuous flow. They will have their board with all those different boxes. So the developer is doing it. Once he done it, he will put it. Testing team is there, so they have done. Then we have a development, sorry, this deployment team. So we developer have taken three items, three developers are there. So once they will be doing it, they will put it as a done over here, and then the testers are working on here. Once they'll do it, so that is how the people are working. They're pulling the work from the to-do list based on the availability. So they don't have a stack of work with them. So we always have a limited work in progress. If we have three developers, means only three items can be at a time developers are going to work on. Two testers are there, so there will be only two tasks at a time should be there in this. This is how we are working on. At any time, we cannot have more than three requests here. So once they complete it, they will put it as a done. And once the testing teams are available, they'll pull it here. They'll start working on it. So like that, it goes on. So this is how there is a always continuous flow when we work on. We cannot have a fixed batches in this type of a working, because we want to be more responsive in the real time demand. As the customers are requesting, we have to fetch that work and do that. This is how we always work for. Flow based work is all equally distributed amongst the resources. So each team member will pull the work once he is free. So this is how team goes to their stack of work. They'll pull it out, they'll work, and they will put it in the done. Again, this is, so there is a kind of a flow. Yes, that is what base. Just imagine your subway, isn't it? So we know that customer is coming and he's requesting for pizza. You have requested maybe for the burger. So that is what, based on the request, we are executing the order. Just imagine that. Because they cannot have a kind of a push based, no, they can keep all the pizzas prepared, and once the customer is coming, they're just pushing it. No, it is always, we have to follow the request based on the customer demand. The same way Coke, now Coke cannot be done in pull based, no, this is always push based, because this is what, like, we consider what according to the market demand, we have a stock and we just push it into the market. Pizza could be always in a pull based approach. You cannot push it to the market. Pizza has to be always based on the customer demand. That is how we know. It is even in the agile team, they make use of their scrum board, no Kanban board. Scrum team also make use of their Kanban board. It is just like they have a website. So for this website, they have, let's say, three engineers. So we know that the first engineer is going to pull the contact us page. He is just going to work on that. Second engineer pulls the login page. Third one says registration. So that is how three engineers are working on these. So once they complete it, they'll put it in done, and then they'll go and pick another feature from the to-do list. So based on their working, based on their availability, they will just work. They will not pile up their work. They will not have a stack of work with them, but rather art of minimizing. Remember, work not done has to be always there. Maximizing the work not done. So we always have not done work maximum. Doing is always minimum. We always focus on minimum things based on our bandwidth. That is how we always use this on demand scheduling, where we have to just follow the continuous flow. Just imagine your billing when you go to your like the shopping stores, no? So there, that billing person, he cannot have a kind of a fixed schedule. As the people are coming, he's just generating those bills. That is what is again a kind of an on demand scheduling. So we'll take a break now for 10 minutes, and then we'll move on to our schedule planning. Type of estimation we have not done yet, right, Mukund? We will be talking about that, no? All those estimation technique we have not done for adaptive. Are you asking me for the predictive one? Then I'll keep it. Okay, fine. I think watch will not, clock will not come. I hope everyone is back. Yeah. So, as we know, the traditional method for estimation is all about spending several weeks or even months sometimes, no, in the beginning of the project, where we are all defining our detailed requirements of the project, isn't it? Then we have to have all those requirements, documentation, Gantt chart, resource estimation, all that has to be done. Then only we develop our final delivery date. But when we talk about our agile adaptive environment, we know that there are so fast changes are happening, no? So we don't prefer this bottom up estimation there. See, even Prakhar, this in the sprint also, no, our development team is using this task board or the Kanban board. That is why sometimes, because they are making use of this Kanban approach also, they are always having that visibility. We discussed the transparency, visibility, what team members are working on, what they have done it. So they always have this task board or the Kanban board. So they do define this Kanban board also, just to ensure which user story, what we are working currently, what user story has been done, and what user stories are still pending. So this is how even team make use of this Kanban board for their project working time. But as we know, when we say about Scrum framework, so we have a fixed sprint, either 2 weeks or a 4 weeks. So once our 4 weeks are done, 4 weeks are over, that sprint is finished. So we just have our new sprint board, isn't it? New task board. That is how the older work that we have done will go off. We'll have a fresh scope for our next sprint. So we'll have a fresh board also for that sprint. In that way, we are working on, because there we focus more on our incremental deliveries, isn't it? So we don't want to have lot of clutter. We always do our work in such a way. That is what, if you are using your Jira or maybe the Trellos, or maybe you have got some Azure tools are there. So people do make use of those task boards, those other things in this Jira board or the Trello board, or your DevOps team uses Azure also, isn't it? So here we are working in the adaptive project. As we know, we always focus on our just in time scheduling, isn't it? That is what, once we know that we have to start our sprint, so at that time only we are doing it. So we do have a high level plan in the beginning in the form of agile release planning. So that is a kind of our high level summary timeline, that they we will be having our 3 quarters, and each quarter we are going to work on what features. So that is what, like, we do have our high release planning, and each release we will be working on few sprints. So based on the items which are there in the release backlog, that these are the features we have to complete in our first release. So in order to complete these features, how many sprints would be required? So how do we do that? We'll just discuss that how do we estimate based on this sprint, that how much time we would be taking, isn't it? So that is where we know that we have our release plan, and for each release plan there would be iteration planning done. We do have our detailed plan for every iterations. So there is always a, sometimes in our project, iteration zero, sprint zero. So there actually team is just spending some time for their preparation. In the first beginning of the project only, we do have these special sprints, no, sprint zero and sprint H. So sprint zero is basically where team is just investing some time to get prepared for all those things. No, the collaboration part, the team discussions, the product backlog also. They just understand all those things also. So they know that we would be doing some 4 sprint or 5 sprint in our first release. and in each sprint they do have their fixed scope. That is how the team is planning. So we'll just talk about how do they estimate their work and what is this velocity, everything. We'll just now discuss about those things. So agile release planning is just like, as we know, we have our story maps. Roadmap, product roadmap is just a visual summary of our high level features. What we are going to do in what chronological order. That is what is the product backlog displays. Story maps are just, as I told you, know, they just use a wall or a kind of a board. So they will put up their stories in the ordered. Like currently, in what ordered we have decided that user story will go on, which will be done in the first iteration, second iteration, third iteration. We always prioritize them, as we know, by their values. Now, this is the important one to note. As I told you, that in our predictive project traditional way, we focus more on our defined time because their requirements are certain. But now in the adaptive project, we know our requirements are uncertain. We have a changing requirements, isn't it? We know that our project may have our so many evolving requirements, so we don't have any defined detailed requirements in the upfront. So always we avoid using the absolute time. We don't predict our work that what would be the exact hours, exact days this particular work will take, because that would be of no use, because we know that it will be unnecessarily spending too much of time in working or in spending in defining those timeline, but rather we just measure the effort, unitless estimation. That is what is we always focus in the agile or in the adaptive environment. We just try to compare our task just to understand their relative sizing based on their complexity, based on their dependency, uncertainties, and effort. We just try to compare the task to understand their size. So, this is just like as easy to compare. If I ask you that you have to just do a kind of a comparison, that whether if you have a two task, write a detailed report, maybe of some 15 to 20 pages. Second task says you just have to provide an email updates to your stakeholders. If these two tasks are there, so just comparing these two tasks, what you would classify based on the difficulty level, which is going to be small for you, which is going to be difficult for you, maybe medium or large as the difficulty level if you want to compare. All of you, what according to you would be small, or what according to you would be having the large, if you just have to compare these two tasks? Email update small and writing a report large, isn't it? One is large and this is small, isn't it? It is simple one, because looking at our items we just do the relative sizing. It is as good as when you are comparing lemon with a orange or with a watermelon. So by looking at that item, we could identify which is small, which is bigger, like that. So this is how the team is also going to do. So right now what happens, once we are in the very early stage where you have your backlog, we have our product backlog, just like we discussed with our food delivery app, that we have a zesty food, isn't it? This was our exercise, food delivery app. So we have our product backlog with lot of items, some features, some user stories, all are there. So what we do in the initial stage, We look at those items. So initially what we do, we first try to take one simple item or a simple user story as a reference, maybe your login page or a registration page. So that seems to be very simple for us, small, less difficult. So what is less difficult, what is going to be taking less effort? So based on that we categorize. So how do we categorize? We just assign a sizing. Size means it is all, we use a kind of a small, medium, large. So we call them as an t-shirt sizes. Just like we know that the standard t-shirt sizes comes under extras or the small, medium, large, XL, double XL, isn't it? That is how we have our sizes for the items also. So we just pick one, this, let's say, user authentication system. We assign that, okay, this is small to us. It is basically the when we are trying to compare the difficulty, which task will be more difficult for us, more complex, which will be requiring more effort. So based on that, they compare and they just assign a size. Now this is in the beginning only. Might be little later, once they gain more information about these items, maybe they may change their size. Yeah, complexity, effort, and the uncertainty. How much team is based on their knowledge, their information, according to the team. That is what estimation is always done by the team, and we never use this sizing for one team comparison with the other team. Maybe other team is more experienced, their size estimation would be a different way. So that is what we never compare. Each team is going to do this estimation by themselves. So when we are doing it, so we just assign some size right now based on the information as of now. Once we have got more information available, you may resize them also. Yes, we just pick it up, just like you consider you have picked your lemon. So you have assigned lemon as a small size. Then you picked your, let's say, orange. You have assigned this orange as a medium. And then you have your watermelon. You have assigned a size large. Now you name another fruits. That is what you would be, like say grapes. So what you have done it extra small, isn't it? We do have an extra small also. Now you have got any fruit, apple, you will categorize apple also under medium, isn't it? So that is how we just collect those items and we categorize them. This is how the team is using in the initial early level, where they haven't got any kind of a detailed user stories or the other things. So they just know there are some items in the product backlog. So they just categorize them based on their difficulty, based on their effort uncertainties. That is what they just take one user story first, one item. They take a reference as a yardstick, and comparing with that, they are going to assign. They pick up and they assign that as a small. Now it is as good as you have picked, let's say, third user story and you have assigned it as a small size. Now, after that, you have got so many user stories here. So you picked first, you compared first with this user story. You find that this first user story will be more complex than this small or less effort. They do have an extra small also. Then they pick up this user story too. They find that it will be too big for them. So they may have a medium. They assign this fourth one. They find fourth one will be more than small but less than medium, isn't it? So that is what they would be doing it. They find fifth same as 2. So they will be categorizing fifth here. They find seventh would be kind of a extra large. So that is how they would be assigning the comparison, and they do that. Now if they find that some user story are there, like say 10th user story, it is not medium also, not large also. It is in between medium and large. But we do not have anything in between. Just consider, some of you might be facing a kind of a challenge during your t-shirt sizing, that you find that medium is tight for you, large is too loose for you. You want in between. But do you have any option in the t-shirts where you can choose between medium or large? You have to go by either medium or large, isn't it? Anyone who has this kind of a issue? I have, my father is, he's never satisfied. Hey, medium is not fitting me. Large is too low for me. I want a size in between that. But we don't have, no. We have to assign these standard size only. So that is how team would put it under this large only. That is what mostly we do for. So this is how by comparing it, we are doing it in the initial. Yes, that is what we are doing it in the initial level. Now we do have in the later on, we just estimate our work by the story points. It is just a unitless measure, which is less stressful for the team also. So just they use these story points, and these story points are always using the Fibonacci number. What is this Fibonacci number? Which is a nature's code also, isn't it? We must have done in our college or the school programming, no, when we learned our Java or the Python or even C++, we were asked to do a program to generate a Fibonacci sequence. I'm sure most of you must have done it during your school when we studied this programming. Yeah, it is just a sequence which is generated by adding the previous two number. So we do have a modified Fibonacci series in our adaptive, where we just use the numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 20, 40, like that. We don't use the normal sequence because 1, 2, 3 is very simple one. But as the complexity increases, so we do have a relative ratio, so that we can always reach the consensus. We are not just having a kind of an argument between 8 and 9. So we know that we just have to compare, because it is as simple to say, if you want to compare 8 kg weight I give you in your left hand and 9 kg I give you in your another hand, you will be struggling to compare. But what if I give you 8 kg weight in one hand, 13 kg weight in the other hand? It would be much easier for us to compare. That is why we use this Fibonacci also, so that we do have a kind of a common estimate we can assign whether this user story will fall under 8 or the 13. We don't have in between any number, so that we are not doing some kind of an argument, hey, it should be 8 or it should be 9. That is not going to make much difference. And also, we know that this is all a kind of a golden ratio. 21 means it can be further splitted into 13 and 8 user stories. Two user stories we can break. 13 and this can be further broken down into 5 and 8 and 5 also. 8 could be further broken down into 5 and 3. That is what, like, we can always have a kind of these Fibonacci number to estimate our effort for the user story. So just like small, we give a number maybe 2 or 3. Large, we give a number maybe 13. Medium, you give a number 8 or 5 or 8. That is how team is assigning this number, and this is how they just calculate the total story points that is there in their backlog. So we have all these stories, small, medium, large, we have given. So we assign a point to that. So that says total we have got 114 points to be done. Now 114 points are there right now in our product backlog on current day. And team knows that from their past performance, that says that we have in one sprint we have of 4 weeks, we have our experiences that we complete 25 story points. That is our velocity. Velocity means number of story points you have delivered in a particular sprint. So their past performance says that their performance of the team is 25 story points. Now we know that if there are 114 story points in our backlog, so that means with this particular velocity, how many iterations or sprint would be required? That is a way of doing the estimation. And to assign the story point, because right now we have just done a for features, but when we have already defined our user stories, so we do have a more realistic estimation for our sprint. That is where team is going to do it. So this is where we have our user stories also in the backlog. So we now assign that these are the user story points that we are going to do it in our sprint. So this is what team is defining their story points. For that estimation of story points, they do have a very good activity, which is what is known as a planning poker game. This is also time boxed activity. So this is what like we do it. This is just like a poker game we play, no card game. I am sure many of you might be aware of this poker game. So we have our team members. Poker game is all like we play in the round table, no? So we have our team members, let's say 5 team members. So product owner is just going to read a user story. And once he read that user story, the team do spend some time on discussing that user story. I'm just coming to that. So this user story we have got, let's say, to decide no our sprint backlog, what will come in our sprint backlog. So product owner has prioritized, so he just picks that user story and then the team discuss on that, and each team member will be having a cards, and those cards will have a number, and that number would be a Fibonacci number only. So they ideally use in their 2 weeks of sprint not more than 13-point story or maybe 8. That is what they decide. So that is what like we have our cards, and once team has done the discussion, and now what would be the team will be asked to show their card with that estimate. So every team member will place their card upside down only, and all together the bell will ring and everybody has to disclose their number. Let's say the product owner has just read the first user story, isn't it? That is what he has just user story for maybe how we are going to as a customer we have to work on our user registration page. So for that the team has shown after this these six one person has shown number 5, two people have come up with the card 8, and let's say we have one person who has shown the card with 13 also. So now we know that there is a difference. We don't have a common number. So 5 till 13. So we just take the extremes and these people will discuss why according to him is 13, why according to her is 5. So they do just discuss. Might be this person have not considered few complexities, isn't it? So that is what they will discuss. So this person says that hey, this particular you have to have so many test cases prepared, we need to prepare all those kinds of designing, all those kinds of a discussion they will be doing it. But this person says hey, already last time we have done the similar type of a project and we do have got all these things prepared with us, so we may not be taking that much of a time. So after that again they play the second round. So once they again do that, and after that second round might be everybody has shown the card with an 8 number. That is how they agree upon that this user story they will be giving 8 point. What if still after second and third round also they are not able to get that consensus? Then according to their decision making rule that they decide, they always go with the highest number. So that is how the each user story, then again second user story product owner will read and they will do this exercise. So it is all time box that maybe 2 to 3 minutes for each user story they are doing it, just to assign a point. And the story points are always estimated with the team agreements. That is how the team agrees on for all of these user story after discussing with themselves which user story according to the complexity, according to the difficulty, they are assigning the story point for that user story. So we just assign in that way once we have our sprint backlog. For sprint backlog, definitely we know that our velocity is only 21 points. So we will only pick those user stories which will be only having your 21 total. So maybe 5 plus 5, 10, 18, 19, 20, 21. We have three. This user story they will not do. Only 21 points they will keep it in their sprint backlog. So once they execute their sprint, might be they could complete this 21 story points. It's well and done. If they could not complete this 21, they could only complete it, let's say 18 point. And last user story, they have just done it partially. You may do it, Sonal, that people do know one user story point, they pick it at 5 hours or 8 hours. But according to Scrum book, according to the Agile principle, they says it is not a good practice. That means you are doing Agile, but you are not being Agile. People are using that thumb rule. One story point is equivalent to 5 hours or 8 hours for them. So that is how they may use it. So in order to understand, that is how you people relate it. But Scrum Guide doesn't promote that way. We should not go into the time estimate as per the Scrum Guide. But this is how in the real time we are doing it, because that is how we say that we know that we would be completing these points in these days. But it is not advised. We always try to focus on this story points only. This is how team is going to make use of. That is what we say, no? We know that we have a 21 points in one sprint. So we know that if we have 100 points in our total backlog, we will be taking 5 sprints to complete it. Yes, Fibonacci series is just based on our complexity, effort. Based on that, we assign a point. We will be using, so that says 8 point and 13. So 13 it is more complex, isn't it? 8 is less complex. That is how we do have a kind of a comparison. It is always the relative comparison, relative estimation. We don't go for absolute estimation. Rather, we prefer the relative in the case of Agile. No, we don't use this man hours. So that is what I am telling you. We never go for this absolute time. That is what, Joshua, they will be discussing during the retrospective. Because first, second, third sprint, we do know that team is just new. We are just starting our project. So maybe we will not be perfect in our estimation. We decided about 21 points, and let's say before completion of the sprint only we could completed it. So during retrospective, we'll just review that part. Maybe our estimation was not proper. So that is how they will be adjusting their next sprint backlog. Rather, we don't use, that is what I'm saying. We never go for days or times. We just focus on the points. We have to complete these points in our 4 weeks of sprint or 2 weeks of sprint. So as per the Scrum book, we always do the relative sizing. Though in the real time we do have 1 point is equals to 8 hours, or whatever you have in your way of working with your project. 1 point means 1.5 day or 1 day you may use it, but as per the agile guide, as per the scrum, it is not advised. Okay, that is what they says. We should not go into that absolute time framing. We always focus on the complexity over the time. What is the effort, what is the risk in that particular work, in that user story, rather than the absolute timing. We know that if you are working on a kind of a user story which requires some research, which requires some extra testing, so that they will always assign a high point. Even you know that it will take less calendar time, but it needs some, it has got more complexity. Yes, that is what we will know. The points is what, like, we know the our velocity. We know that our product backlog has got total 50 points, and our team velocity is 15 points in one sprint. We are using these points. No, we will be completing 15 points in our each sprint. So that is how we estimate that it will take 3 sprints to complete. That means 3 sprints of 2 weeks means 6 weeks it will take. Sprint is always fixed, no? If it is a 4 week or 2 weeks. So we know that based on our story point, 100 story point are there. If it is 20 points per sprint, we will be taking 5 sprints of 4 weeks. 5 sprints of 4 weeks means how much time? 5 months, isn't it? 20 weeks. So 20 weeks is the total estimated time we are going to tell to the customer. Getting it, Rakesh? This is how we make use of our velocity. We just assign the points, and we know that our backlog has got total 200 points, and our velocity is 20 points for 2 weeks of sprint. So it will take at least 10 sprints of 2 weeks. 20 weeks we will take to complete this project. That is, at this level we have done it. What if scope gets deprioritized or reprioritized? It will change also later on. That is how we are doing it. We always do the relative measure. This is how the t-shirt sizing they do in a physical way. All those sticky notes or the cards, they will categorize under the different sizes. This may change also later on. As we get more understanding, we file, no, this should be small, this should be large. So this is how we can always have, as because in the early stage we just categorize by these sizes, which may be modified as you get more understanding about those items when we are doing it in our subsequent iterations or the sprints planning. Then how do we decide whether team has got. See, when we talk about Swati in this Fibonacci series, no, so mostly we know that 13 is the highest point team does. So we try to break down our user stories which are having the higher numbers. We always try to split it into the multiple user stories. So we always try to put a user story maximum of 13 number. That is what it is advised, because it could be done easily in your 2 weeks of sprint. Any user story more than 13 point means it would be too large for to complete in a 2 weeks of sprint. So we need to split it into the multiple user story. That is what we do in our backlog refinement session. If the team assigns 100 point, that means it is a epic only, or maybe they, it is very hard to estimate also sometimes. That is what they do have those question mark in the card, that it cannot be estimatable. You cannot estimate this user story. So this is how people are using those cards. Even mobile apps are also there for this planning poker. So we just play using this mobiles also, the same poker activities. Now, how do we ensure that we have got complete information about that user story to keep it in our sprint backlog? So team should know whether they have that user story in a form of a ready way to start working on it. That is what they prepare a checklist. That is the definition of ready. So product owner will ensure that that user story is provided with all those necessary information that team can consider it to start. So that checklist is should be there. Are we ready to start? So what are those things that we need to ensure? Whether that user story that we are taking up, do we know it fully? Do we know it in a kind of a way we should know, isn't it? So we will be always creating a kind of a checklist in place, whether that user story is clearly defined, whether we have that acceptance criteria for that user story, so that we have to follow that acceptance criteria, whether team has clarified all their doubts with the product owner related to that item, related to that particular work, whether we have got all the necessary resources to carry out that user story. All that checklist we always try to prepare. So every user story, not every, but most of the important user story, we need to have this DOR, and there would be a common DOR for multiple user stories as well. It is not that each user story will have a different DOR, but DOR is just a checklist which will ensure that we do have a necessary information to begin with that user story. So what are your what kind of a project environment you are working with, isn't it? So it is always going to be helping you for proper communication and how you can align it with your stakeholders. Similarly, there is a second checklist, we call it as a DOD, definition of done. This is just going to ensure whether team has finished the work as it has to be, whether we have finished everything required. That is what is the definition of done. So that is what team needs to prepare, that this is how we are going to declare we have done everything that was supposed to be done. No, DOR is basically for the user stories, Swati, not for the sprint. You have got multiple user stories to be done, no? If you have just one user story, you will have one DOR. What if we have got 4 or 5 user stories? So might be for 3 user stories you may have one DOR. For this user story there has to be a separate DOR. So it could be in that way, based on the project to project. So this is some of the examples. How do we decide? So definition of ready, the main purpose is the team has got all the necessary information to begin with, and definition of done, the main purpose is what does done means to the team. So that we have always ensured that we have completed that work with the desired quality and the completeness. This is how we do prepare it, and this is how the team would be focusing on. We always focus with the teamwork. We don't divide the team actually. When we say sprint backlog, so sprint backlog is the responsibility of the development team. We don't focus on individual. It is all the teams are collaboratively working with. Okay. So that is what we always look for, the team accomplishment. Even reward also, we don't focus on the individuals. We always focus as a team when we work in the Scrum or in the Agile. So already we know that the prioritization of our backlog is always we do it, isn't it? So iteration backlog is the work that is committed to be performed during a given iteration. That is always the responsibility of the development team. So we do have a, as we know, team holds a planning meeting just before they start the sprint. So they just decides everything in place and they work on that sprint, and then they would be having their review meeting and the retrospective, and once after that they will again sit for the next planning meeting. They will have a fresh iteration backlog. That is how we are working with this incremental way in the Agile. Now moving on to the hybrid. As we know, here we just take the leverage of both. So most of the time you will find in the hybrid, no, that scope is being done in the predictive way. The project manager will define the milestones, major work that has to be done with this project with the consistent plan. Team will carry out this work in the sprints or the iterations. So this is how in the hybrid scheduling we always follow. So project manager plans the high level phases and milestone. Scrum master will run the sprint using the agile processes. So this is how the project manager will identify the project work type, and then he will try to break them down. Then there would be a product owner who would be creating a prioritized backlog so that we can fulfill all the phases of the work. The development team is going to plan their iterations for 2 to 4 weeks. And then once they have done this iteration, this is what development team is going to do, that isn't it? Estimation is also going to be done by the development team. And after that, they do the retrospective so that they can always go for assessing where they have to improve in the further sprint. That is how we have the hybrid is all about combination of both that we can do based on the project to project. So that is how we do our schedule planning. Always in the adaptive, we have a top down planning. We always do a high level planning because we know that we are working with the evolving requirements. The technology may change, so there is no detailed planning we do upfront. We always have a top down a kind of a higher estimate, and then we do the detailed estimate for each sprint just before we are starting that. This is how it happens. Now let's do some questions. Time is up. I am ending the poll. So these are the result. 79% people have opted. One more option I got it now, D, in the chat window also. So we have got 79% people D, few 10% B and A. So this question is talking about the you have been hired as a contract project manager for a Grapevine Vineyards. Grapevine wants you to design an internet wine club for the customer, and customer must register before being allowed to order wine over the internet so that legal age can be established. You know that the module to verify registration must be written and tested using data from Grapevine's existing database. This new module cannot be tested until the data from the existing system is loaded. This is an example of which of the following. So the new module cannot be tested until data from existing system is loaded. What kind of dependency? Is it a preferential logic? Preferential logic means where you can have your own preference of doing it, but here we cannot follow our own preference. We don't have any control. We have to follow that this cannot be tested until this. This is a mandatory, isn't it? Neither preferential, soft logic, discretionary, they are the same. Where we may choose our own logic. based on our experience. You can, this is based on the discretion of our project manager or the team decision. What sequence we can do, we can have our own way. Preferential logic, discretionary logic, soft logic, they all are same only. Where we have a control, isn't it? We do have a mandatory dependency, we do have a discretionary. Mandatory dependency means hard logic. You cannot have any other way around to do that work. You have to follow that. It is the contractual or an inherent in nature. Discretionary means you can have your own logic. That is a soft logic also. You can have your own preference in doing that, isn't it? That was an example of a shade. That was an easy question also, I suppose. Now the next question. Time is up already, 7 seconds more. So we have 83% people opted for option B and 13% C, 4% A. A junior project manager working on hybrid project with a tight deadlines, and she doesn't have any more leverage to miss any scheduled deliverable dates. She is asking you to how to figure out the sequence of activities with the least flexibility. Which technique you would propose for this tight deadlines project? Propose a dependency determination and integration, propose critical path method, propose precedence diagramming method, and send the junior project manager immediate further training. Now, what methods gives you to sequence your activities with the least flexibility, isn't it? Critical path is where you have got very least flexibility, isn't it? That is where we can always use and find out the sequence to know the longest and the shortest possible time to complete our project without affecting the timeline. That is where you would be doing it. Comparing the options, I think that is what I think 80% people, more than 83% people have opted for that. So just go through this justification, that will help you. All right. The people who have opted for other options A, C. So any thought, anything you want on this schedule we talked about, because the toughest part of this chapter is over. That was the, as I told you in the beginning, in this planning chapter, The hardest part was the scope and the schedule. Rest are not that tough, easier because lot of techniques are there, lot of tools were there. No, now if I ask you to give the story point for your scope and schedule, how you are going to categorize, how much point you will be giving to scope and schedule. All of you may be having your own thinking on that, no? So what point you will be giving for scope and schedule? No, both, no? 13 point to which, Sundaram? Scope or the schedule? If you have to distribute the points, story points, how many story points you will scope you will give 13, and what about the schedule? Schedule 13, scope 8. All right, Hemashri says 13 and 8. 13, 8, scope 8. All right. So that is what everybody have their, you know, somebody might be thinking scope is more difficult to them, a schedule might be easier because they may have already knowing about those techniques. So maximum people have marked schedule as a more tougher, right? So that is what like are there even. So 8 and 13, yeah. That is what this is again with the understanding about each team member according to your knowledge that you have. Yes, Rakesh, in the questions bank, scope and schedule also, we are only covering right now the planning. The monitoring aspect we will be covering in our fifth chapter because right now we are only focusing about the planning. Okay, so just don't get think we are going to cover those areas in our fifth chapter definitely. So, but if you read the justification, somewhat information you will get it right now. There are, I think, in the scope and the schedule and all the questions which are shared, it will have the questions from the monitoring also that we have not yet covered. As such, Aditya, we said that calculations questions will not be there, but you may expect the questions on the PERT, 3 point estimation sometimes. 10 to 15% participants, learners have shared that they got a calculation based on the PERT or maybe understanding based on that. So it will be all given. No, it is easy, no, because calculations are always going to have one answer correct. We know that formula optimistic, pessimistic, 4 times of most likely because that is the more realistic duration and we divide it by 6. So this is how we calculate our estimated duration. Only few people may expect calculation based question, one or two, not many. Now we have covered our scope and schedule. In our ideal situation, we do plan the project where we have to integrate everything. We do consider everything when we are developing our plans: scope, schedule, resources, budget, everything. So already we know that we have our core team with us, but it's not that only the people we are looking for. So though we do have our internal resources, internal team, but sometimes we have to think beyond our team also so that how we can secure the good services, good expertise, maybe on the contractual basis or maybe on the short term basis using those contractors, external suppliers. This is what we have to always leverage the external sources also so that you have the best team and equipment possible. For any project, we have to ensure that we should have the good resources to do all our project work. So, especially in the predictive project, when we talk about this resource planning, we have two resource planning processes. First is your resource management plan and identifying resources that is required for your project. So we just discussed a little bit about this resource management plan in our second chapter because as a project manager in the traditional project, you need to ensure that you have got all the necessary resources to carry out your work, not only the human resources, but your material equipment also. Because at the end of the day, you cannot make any kind of an excuses. No, hey, I was not having this equipment or this sufficient resources, so I could not complete it. You have to ensure right resources should be available to you at the right time. So that is what we do have to have a resource management plan, how we are going to acquire, manage, develop, monitor our project resources. So resource management plan is the component of our project management plan that describes how the project resources will be acquired, allocated, monitored, and be controlled. So what people, what equipment, what facilities, what material you need, you should identify them. And in case we don't have all these resources in-house, you feel that some of the special machinery or the equipment you would be requiring, or some expertise you need to require for this particular project. So you have to acquire them. So what should be your acquisition strategy? That is what you always have to look for. You have to sometimes look for some purchasing, isn't it? Some contractual working. That is where we have to look for. And as well as you need to always define the roles and responsibilities of your team. What would be the team members' roles on the project? Who has got what decision making rights? The responsibilities, the competencies for each role. That is what you have to always define them. We also have this organization chart, which is just going to help us to understand how our team members are structured and their reporting relationship. Also, you have to have your guidance on how to define, select, manage, and release your resources. You need to have your training strategies and requirement. What are your training needs? You know that by that is what we have assessed our team strength and weaknesses. For this particular project, we know that we have to work on our Microsoft project or the Primavera software. We know that we need to have a Primavera scheduler. That is missing. That skill is not there with our team, or that is not of that high competence. So we need to have all those training strategies defined. Maybe sometimes we know that for certain level, if our project is there for construction, so we know that there are some RERA guidelines or some other guidelines, some safety requirements are there, some other things. So that we would be requiring by some workshops, some mentorship, or maybe you need to have some kind of your online programs for your team members. That is what, as a project manager, you have to define those strategies. How you are going to ensure all your non-human resources, whether the softwares, the hardware, that is what you require. So how you are going to ensure them that they are available to you. And also our policies for rewarding the team effort, isn't it? That is what we always make use of, this recognition plan, reward plan, to keep our team morale high. So it should be always defined in well in advance, so that everybody knows that what are those criteria on which they would be getting the recognition. Now, how you people define your roles and responsibilities in your organization? Isn't it we use the RAM? Responsibility Assignment Matrix. The most popular tool is your RACI chart. There are several versions that you people might be using in your organization, isn't it? Some people have already used it, RESIC or RESCI, whatever you say. Any other version you people use in your project? Some organizations use the rapid chart also. How do you define the responsibilities? Racy, isn't it so? So we know that we have some of the stakeholders, your sponsors are there, you have your other functional managers are there, project manager is there, your team members are there, some. So we just assign the roles and responsibility, that we have our quality part, we have our so many tasks. So who will be responsible? to do that, who will be accountable for doing that, who needs to be consulted with, who needs to be updated with, isn't it? That is how we do prepare this RACI chart. For this particular activity, might be this person has to be consulted, these two people are responsible, this is accountable, that is what we would be doing, this is responsible, this needs to be updated. This is how we do have a kind of a RACI chart, so that we have a clarity of the roles and responsibilities for our stakeholders and the team. So as a project manager, we know that we have to follow these key steps for assigning the resources and how you can allocate the responsibilities for the project. So identify and assign the appropriate team member to the project. So you have to first understand, because now we do have got the full understanding about our requirements. So based on that, we have to check with our team skills, and we have to always match those requirements with the skill sets. What kind of an expertise we have on our team. So we do create our team directory, isn't it? Resource breakdown structure. If you're using your Primavera, so that also gives us the resource breakdown structure. So which resource is having what people under him working. That is what like we make use of this thing. So already as I told you, that project schedules, resource assignment, and the budgets are all interrelated, and we always create it at the same time, isn't it? So we always consider these elements together, so that we can always have everything aligned with our project objective. Though we are right now discussing them, because this is what like during our finalization of the schedule baseline, we have to ensure all the necessary resources are there as per our availability, as per the requirement, isn't it? That supply and demand should match. And we always have to assign those responsibilities, so that all those technical soft skills based on the experience, based on the attitude of our team, and we also have to consider the global regional factors also, so that it may impact sometimes the team performance. If it is a kind of a team members who are not virtually, who are working virtually, so what kind of their different factors we have to consider. So resource calendars are, again, all of us are making use of it, because this is how we always know the availability of our key or the critical resources. We know that for our project we need some crane or an architect. So he might be allocated on multiple project. So what is his availability for this project? That is what we have to check from his calendar, isn't it? We know that this architect is assigned from June 6th till June 20th for another work. So what is his availability? Maybe he's having some his already vacation planned. So that is what like we do have this resource calendar with us. So based on that we are using that what is the availability, and according to that we have to assign it. This resource calendar is again when you are making that rosters. No, we do have the complete details about that availability, and we have to update these calendars also timely, so that when we are assigning that resource on our activity, we are ensuring, yeah, that they are available. That is what, again, if you are using those tools, MS Project, Primavera, in the predictive project, they do create these resource calendars, so that we know if there are few resources who are working in the multiple shifts, so based on that we are going to use it. So resource calendar would be again applicable for all the project, isn't it? All the equipments and your people, what are their availability when they are not available. So that is how you have to make sure. And sometimes you know that there is a resource who is not available on a particular time frame, and you know that you need that particular resource for your project, so that it is going to be a critical activity, we have to finish it on time. So you would be required to negotiate with that functional manager, isn't it, with your peer managers, that you need that particular resource. And if it is a matrix organization, you cannot take that decision. That is where we have to use those negotiation skills, so that you will be made available about that critical resources. So this is what we just discussed about the RACI chart. So what are those accountabilities, consulting, and info? What is the difference between responsibility and the accountability? Consulting, we all know. Responsibilities also you can have shared between the multiple team members, isn't it? There could be two or three people who are responsible to do the work, isn't it? They are the doers actually. There could be one person responsible, there could be two-person responsible for a task, but there cannot be more than one person accountable. Accountability will always be one person only. He is always at the hook of the work. Accountability cannot be shared. If you have got too many people accountable, that means nobody is accountable, isn't it? So that is what, like, accountability will be always lying with the. It is just like, you know, that you have assigned your electrical team to carry out the work. No? So electrical team, you have asked them, hey, you have to complete this work in from Monday. You have given assign them by Thursday. You have to finish your work. So your electrical team is responsible for doing them. But at the end of the Thursday, if they are not able to complete that, you are accountable, isn't it? That is what is, as a project manager, you know that you are accountable. You have to ensure that they should be able to complete it by time. Yeah, exactly. So accountability always be with one person only. Responsibility, consultation, inform, this could be with multiple people, but accountability always with the one person. This is a small quiz because in the adaptive team, we don't have much of the resource planning because we know team is working with the self-organized way, isn't it? So we have got four options. There are multiple options which are true. So what according to you are true and which is not true in the context of adaptive resources, adaptive team? All are true, all are false, or one and two are true. What according to you are the true? All are true. Okay. One and two. One, three, four. One, four, one, three, one, three, four. Three, four, one, three, four, one. See, teams self-organized to distribute work. That is true for sure. Everybody is saying. Adaptive team never have a leader. Is it true? It is not. We will not say they will never have a leader. They may have no servant leaders, scrum master, agile coach. Team members are a mix of generalist and specialist. True. T-shaped, it is also true. So 1, 3, and 4 are true. They may have a leader, no, we discussed, sometimes based on the project criticality, centralized and the distributed model we discussed. Hi, T-shaped, we just discussed a core skill and general skills about the other domains also. That is the T-shaped skill. You are the master of one and jack of many, isn't it? I-shaped, T-shaped, I-shaped, just one skill. There are even pie-shaped also. Two in-depth knowledge. You have got masters of two skills and general skills about the other areas also. That is what is a pie-shaped skill sometimes we call. Now, when we begin with this session, with this topic, we talked about sometimes in our project, it is not that everything is available in-house. We know that we do have our internal resources available, but sometimes for our project, we have to think of outsourcing, where we know that some work we would like to get it done by the other people. We need some external or some expertise which is not available with us, isn't it? So that is where we have to sometimes do a make or buy analysis. Make or buy analysis is basically whether you want to do it on your own or you want to buy it. We know that for our project, there is a kind of some module which our team is lacking some expertise. So, would you like your people to do it in house by providing the training, or you want to get it outsourced by the third party to deliver that work? So, we need to consider several questions. So, there could be many reasons that you would like to outsource or you would like to go for procurement, isn't it? Because if you don't have any expertise to carry out your job, or maybe you don't have the capability to do it on your own, isn't it? So that is what we know, that nowadays it is not advised also that everything for your project you should do it on your own. When we look for some kind of an expertise, it is always we have to first think on what would be the impact of that on your cost, time, or quality. That is what we have to ensure. Might be if we know that if we get it from the third party or we want to buy it from the market, it would be having more cost impact, or maybe it will be having a kind of a less time it can be done. Quality part also, maybe it could be good or may not be good. That is what like we have to compare, we have to assess whether this particular skill is going to be for ongoing or only for this project for time being only. That is where we sometimes go for uh, contractual procurement also. How steep is the learning curve? If you feel that you have to provide the training uh, for that skill, we know that we need to have a kind of an expertise on the AI or maybe on our project scheduling. So we thought of, let's provide a training to our team on this project scheduling. So what is the pace of your team? How fast they will learn that? That is what we need to consider. Whether they would be able to show that efficiency just after training is complete or not, or they will require some additional time. That learning curve is steep or what? That is what we need to look for. Whether the resources are available within the organization or not, whether outsourcing will allow the team to focus on their work or not, that is what we have to consider, and based on that, we take the decision. So, once we do this analysis on these questions, the final decision of this make or buy analysis will be helping us. If you have decided to buy, let's buy it from outside. That means we have to have a procurement strategy, how we are going to acquire it. That is what is the procurement we will consider. So to plan your procurement strategy, we always have to work very, very closely with the organization, finance, or your procurement department. If you, because this procurement is the area where the project manager and the team will always sit back. You will never lead these activities. We do have our departments, isn't it? Maybe your finance department, or you have a dedicated procurement department, or maybe the legal department who is responsible for this procurement work. They will be leading the activities, but as a project manager, you have your responsibilities to make a plan or to identify what you want to outsource, what you want to procure, how you want to procure. That is what you would be defining that strategy. So this is what you will be working closely with your finance department, procurement department. So we mostly prefer to use our pre-approved vendors, isn't it? But sometimes if you feel that for this new project, you require some extra talent, some additional vendors, we don't want to work with our existing vendors. So you have to go for signing up new vendors as well. You also have to look for your purchase amount limits. Every project manager do have got certain limits, isn't it? What is your purchase limit? Maybe you know that anything within this $5,000 is what you can approve, but beyond that you cannot. You have to seek the one level, two level approvals. All that thing we have going to discuss, isn't it? You always have to Define, like use your bidding processes and templates. Every organization do have those templates, no? Your RFPs, bid document, all those templates are there. So that is what you have to follow, a clear process that your organization is using. We always make use of these RFPs for the big projects, isn't it? So all those detailed proposals from the vendors we will be looking for, and we need to understand about our escalations when we are working on a big spending. We are working on a kind of your bridges or a kind of a very big projects, mega structures. You know that you have to always follow your approval processes, because where you have to spend beyond that limit. Then we'll also talk about timely payments. That is what is the responsibility of the project manager. So this is what is our strategy will look for. So in this particular topic, again, we are going to talk about the contract. They are the important topic. What are the different type of a contract? So that understanding has to be there. Our organization is going to do that. But what are those things? Which contract is suitable for our project? That is what we will be discussing. So we have reached our second break timing. After the break, we'll continue our procurement planning. Yes, I'll just show you that. It is just like the sometimes we know that suppose you are working on a kind of a project, construction project, and you know that site is going to have some radioactive material. So now we know that to dispose of that radioactive material from your site to some other, whether you would like your team to be on that risk of that doing that work, or you would like to hire the expertise, isn't it? That is where we know that always we need to consider that you will not put your team on risk because they may not have that expertise. So we would like to hire the expert. That is where the procurement comes, that we would hire those experts people to dispose of our radioactive material from that site. For our project, we require some expertise on some designing of this bridge. We need some expertise. That is where we do this make or buy analysis. We do have a tree, this tool also, decision tree. We will discuss that in our risk planning. Decision tree analysis. How do we take the decision based on the risk factor? We'll discuss that also. Okay. I'm just keeping this slide open and I'm just starting my clock also. So after 10 minutes, we'll just resume our session. So hope everyone is back. All right. So moving on to our procurement topic. So as we know that we always have to work with our department because this is the area they will be leading. And as a project manager, you will never lead your procurement activities because we will not be putting our companies into this legal part. That is what it is the thing. And we have to work most on the top priority with our existing vendor because already we have been working with these vendors for long and they have developed that kind of a trust, and this is what like we always found that they have delivered result in the past experiences. But sometimes if it is a kind of a project where you feel that you have to work with the new vendors, definitely we have to always like have a plan to select those new vendors also. Now that is where the only thing in the planning of procurement is you would be creating a procurement management plan. So procurement management plan again is going to outline those strategies, that what to acquire, how to acquire, when to acquire, and whether to acquire. All those answers will be there in your procurement management plan. So it is a component of the project or a program management plan that will just describe how a project team will acquire goods and services from the outside of the executing organization. Okay, so how and what to outsource. So what type of contract we will be using. We'll just talk about those three type of a contract in a little later. And also we have to define our processes for evaluating those bids. We also use some procurement documents. We'll talk about these procurement documents like your request for proposal, your bids, your expression of interest, your request for quotations. These are some different type of documents that we use depending on the project to project. So procurement management plan will have all those procurement documents, what type of contract we would be preferring, and how we are going to manage those procurements. That is what is the strategies that will go in our procurement management plan. So there as a project manager has to work very closely with your procurement department. So mostly it is the first thing, like say we know that statement of work. Now this procurement statement of work is bit different from our statement of work that we have used in the pre-initiation document. This statement of work is basically you are just trying to define your scope of work that you want to outsource. So you are just trying to have in a more elaborative way all those work items that you want to outsource, so that by looking at the statement of work, the vendors can qualify. Vendors can understand whether they are eligible to do provide these services or not. That is what is the purpose of this statement of work. Now we do use some other documents. We'll talk about that. Now do keep it in mind. You will not use every document for every procurement. That all depends. Now sometimes we know that we just require a 10 laptops for our team with a specific configuration. Maybe you just want to purchase the Lenovo ThinkPad, or you want to have your HP Pavilion laptop with certain configuration. So usually what we do in that case, if you know that you just need to procure some specific equipment or a material with a specific configuration, isn't it we just float a quotation, RFQ, request for quotation, because we know that we are going to get those quotations from different vendors, vendor alpha, vendor beta, vendor chalri. So we know that all these vendors are sharing those rates, prices for our HP Pavilion laptop with the specific configuration. Now, when we are going for this quotation, how do you people decide who is giving the least price, isn't it? That is what is the main purpose, because we know the our specific requirement. We just want to procure some goods with the specific configuration, so we just ask them to share a quotation. That is how we are only focusing on the pricing costing part. But most of the time, like say suppose you just have come up with a kind of a new shopping mall in your city, or there is a kind of a new project which is upcoming. So maybe there is a vendor, or there are few vendors who would like to participate in your project. So this expression of interest is usually a document which would be from the seller part, vendor. So vendor wants to gauge his interest by sharing this expression of interest. So it is a general call out to find the parties who are capable to provide those services or the goods. So that is what the kind of a expression of interest that vendor is going to share. Here we are not making any kind of a commitment. It is just like you want to participate, you want to show, where you will be showcasing all your work that you have done. No, so it is a kind of all those things you would be sending it to the company or to the client or to the buyer, that okay, these are my expertise, this is how my experience is, this type of project I have done it, all those things you would be sharing it. Now by looking at your this document, might be now the vendor will ask, hey, just provide me these information. So now we do share a request of information, that buyer is going to ask the seller or a vendor to provide those detailed information. That is where you would be filling up those information that buyer is requesting you, so that we can understand those options which that seller is providing. That is what is the purpose of this RFI. So it is not a bidding stage, it is always the informations we are trying to get from the prospective vendor, so that we can just try to understand their uh, details, what they are offering. That is the purpose of RFI, request for information. So once the seller has given you all those necessary information, isn't it? Now what we do, maybe now you will be asking or you will be sharing the RFP, isn't it? Hey vendor, just tell us how you intend to do this work, isn't it? So now we have defined all our requirements, all those things clearly. And here we are asking our vendors to submit their detailed proposals, or sometimes RFP or RFQ, both can be combined. So this is how the flow would be going for. See, request for proposal when we talk about, so this is basically a kind of a document where we are going to provide you a detailed proposal with the with our all offerings, no? So all the kind of information, technical part, all our approaches, all our plans that we are trying to provide with that proposal. Quotations is mainly focusing on the pricing and the cost related details. So once you already have got the detailed information, you are now looking for the price quotations. That is what is the there. That is what sometimes we do have in our proposal, that can be combined with the quotations also. That hey, along with your proposal, please do provide us with your quotations also, prices also. That is how we may have in the real time working, isn't it? So both aspect we are looking for our detailed solutions for our final decision making. It is what like nowadays you may have a combination with your pricing part, but when we are looking for the proposal is mainly a more detailed document. It is focusing on a kind of all that financial solutions also you will be providing you, but along with that you're also providing you the detailed of the technicalities, your approach, how you would be covering that particular project. That is what is the difference between proposal. But quotation, where we are only looking for the financial part only, that is what is the difference. That is what sometimes when we are looking for this proposal, we may have our finances or the other things also, but quotation will only have the pricing part, because once you have got the detailed information, detailed proposal done, now we are looking for the quotation. So this is what is the main difference. Quotation means we are only focusing on the pricing, because we already have our clear cut services what we want. Hey, we just want to have this particular service, this particular product, please give us the pricing. But when we talk about our proposal, so we just want to find out a kind of a solution. It is just like, as a institution, I want to come up with a new course. So now I am asking the detailed proposal from the some of the organizations, that how you are going to launch our new course, what could be the course methodology, what could be the processes, what could be the guidelines, what would be the content, how we have to do that, and the other aspects also, the solutions, the timeline, the pricing, that will be there in the proposal. How that solution is going to be very very fit for our services. That is what proposal will have got, financial, technical, everything, all that kind of a detailed information. But quotation will only focus on the pricing. It is mostly like when you look for some office stationaries, office equipments, so we just know what we want, so we are only looking for the pricing, and we just award the order also with the least price. Proposal will have both. Proposal is not only the pricing, it will have much more information than the quotation, isn't it? So sometimes if you are only looking for the pricing part, we'll only go for the quotes. If you want to have a detail, just like suppose we are looking for our training program for PMP for our staff, so we are not only looking for the quotations, we want to understand the kind of a methodology, how the kind of a handholding support, what all financials, what all technicalities, the deliveries, everything you would be doing it. That is where we may look for the proposal. So proposal where we have the criteria. Yes, Shilpa, isn't it? That is what it will be, more detailed document, which will just explain everything in detail about the deliveries, about the timeline, about the approach, about the pricing also. But quotation is only going to focus about our pricing, where we have a clear cut services, clear cut goods. So we look for those prices from the different vendors, and we'll go with the least one only. That is how it all depends on project to project and your services to services. For certain thing you will only look for RFQ, and for certain projects when you want to outsource the entire office building or a bridge construction, you will first look for your RFP first, isn't it? That is how you would be going for. This is what like we always have it. So mostly when we work with a kind of a very, very highly regulated industries, so we know that, just like your government sector or your fintech companies, isn't it? There we know that they are highly regulated industries, so they would always have a RFP, isn't it? So that is what RFPs and the bidder conference, they will be using that, because this is a kind of where we are requesting the proposal from the suppliers about all their detailed technical specification, pricing, timelines, everything. So this is where they always prefer, yeah, this bidder conference is a very important tool, pre-bid meeting or contractor conference or whatever term you use. The main purpose is just to do a Q&A session, isn't it? So that we can clarify all our project requirements, all the questions that vendors may have, so that we ensure every vendor will have a clear understanding about our project need. That is what is the purpose of doing this bidder conference, so that we will now expect the quality bids after this conference, because we have made it everything clear, all the things we have made them understand, so that they can always come up with the good quality bids. That is the main purpose. And we have to work closely with our procurement officer or the department, because they are the responsible for overseeing the entire procurement processes, what all those compliances regulations that has to be met to ensure that suppliers relationship, that is where this procurement officers will be coordinating. So that is what we have to always make sure, that all our this procurement process has to be run very smoothly, isn't it? We have to follow all our procedures, all those regulations. That is what is the main purpose. So as we just discussed, already we have our pre-qualified vendors list, because this is what we have worked with these vendors since long time, isn't it? But that is not always mandatory as a project manager, that you have to work with them. But in certain cases, you know that we have to work with those pre-qualified vendors only, then it is okay. You can just ask those vendors to provide their quotations or the proposal, and then by those criterias you will be selecting them. But what if suppose we have to look for new vendors, then definitely you have to always go for new vendors selection process as well, right? These are some of the list of the criterias that you can choose for vendor selection, isn't it? It is not that for every project, for every services, every goods, we will only looking for the pricing. That is what, when we are working with the external resources and external vendors, so the source selection criteria are the checklist that is desired by the buyer, which is a seller required to meet or exceed to be selected for a contract. Remember, we discussed about our multi criteria decision analysis. That is what, in some of those services where we have to choose the vendors by certain criteria. So this is how you have these criterias. You may have your own criterias also. On that basis, we will be looking for the vendor selection. This is also going into your procurement management plan, that when we have to choose the vendors, these are the criterias we would be considering for selecting the vendors. So contracts, what type of contract you would be making? So we know that contracts are the legally binding agreement between the buyer and the seller. So as a in this contract, you have to clearly define the roles and responsibilities. What are the expectations of each parties? So it is just going to help us to manage the workflow in the effective manner. So we do have a different type of contracts. We'll talk about that: time and material, fixed price, we have cost reimbursable. So all those, what would be suitable for what work, we'll talk about them in detail right now only within the next slide. So we talk about that we have not just one type of a contract which could be preferred, that we'll see which contract has got a high risk, low risk. So based on that, we would be choosing. And also, we know that we have to deliver the benefits to the buyer, different benefits by the type. That is what in the contract we will be mentioning. So we have to have a customized contract sometimes, because we do have sometimes some unique needs for our project. So that is where you can always look for those specific requirements, specific expectations from both the parties, so that we can have a mutually agreed upon contract. So this is how we would be. And in your exam, when you are going for this contract questions or the procurement, you have to consider yourself as a buyer. You are the buyer who are looking for the services or the goods from the seller perspective. Until and unless in the question it is specified, you are always, you have to think as a buyer. This is just a steps in the formal procurement process. First we identify our requirements, we develop our request for proposal, isn't it? And then we are going to issue our RFP, and we will be evaluating those RFP, will be doing all our pre-bid conference, and then we will be evaluating and we would be awarding the contract after negotiation. That is what is the formal processes that we follow. Now coming to the important topic from this contract type, definitely you will be having at least one or two questions. Anybody from our group who is from this procurement department or who is involved in this procurement? Yeah, Mukund says yes. Right. So might be this would be easy topic for you. Let's understand from the exam point of view. Nitish is also responsible for that. Great. So might be we'll be listening from you on your thoughts also, what PMI says and what you people are using it in your real time. Now, first type of a contract, we call it as a fixed price contract. It is nothing but, as the name suggests, the price of the goods are set in the beginning. No, these are not the project. Basically, in the project also, it is not that you are looking for one contract only. Sometimes what you know, that organization is there, we want to construct a bridge. The entire project we have outsourced. We have signed a contract with the client, sorry, with the vendor who is having the expertise. So we just have no, okay, these are the scope. This is the scope of our bridge. So all the requirements are specified that this is what you have to do, and I am going to pay you $5 million to construct this bridge in 24 months of time. So we have our clear cut requirement, clear cut scope, and we have negotiated upfront pricing that for this fixed scope, you have to deliver it in 24 months and we will pay you $5 million. That is a typically firm fixed price contract, isn't it? I just want to have a kind of a kitchen project done, or maybe I just want to complete my software project. These are my fixed requirements that I need to have for my university software. Complete this requirements within the 3 months, we will pay you 500k dollar. That is a firm fixed price contract where the buyer and seller have negotiated, and we have a fixed scope. We know that scope will not change. So buyer has signed an agreement, a contract with the seller for completing this work in 3 months at 500k dollar. Just consider when we do go for our trips. You want to go for your 15 days Europe trip. So we go to the tour agents, they will give you the fixed itinerary that this is our scope and you have to pay fixed amount for this work. That is a kind of a firm fixed price contract. Now tell me, in this type of a contract, who will be at the highest risk, buyer or the seller? Seller is at the highest risk, isn't it? Because buyer is not worried about it, no, from where the seller is getting the material, from where the seller is managing the resources. Because buyer knows that this is my scope, I have. Hey, somebody says buyer is at the higher risk, how come? Because you have just signed a contract to get some work done at a fixed price. Now from where the buyer is getting those resources, you need not have to be bothered about it, isn't it? That is what you have to pay him, a fixed amount. Seller is at a highest risk. That is what sometimes, no, we know that you will not have a kind of a contract where seller will be agreed for you for this firm fixed price. It is usually we sometimes called as a purchase order, no? That is also a kind of a fixed price contract, isn't it? So we always have fixed price contract with the three variations. Firm fixed price contract where we know that buyer will be always at the least risk, seller is at the highest risk. We have already set our price of the goods in the beginning, it will not change until scope is changing. That is a firm fixed price. Now, the second subcategory of this fixed price contract is your fixed price incentive fee. Now, what is fixed price incentive fee? Here we have again the buyer is giving some flexibility to the seller. So, what we do in this incentive fee, we are going to pay a fixed fee to the seller, but we have decided an incentive if seller is able to meet some performance criteria. If suppose the seller is able to complete my bridge 1 month prior, if the seller is able to complete my software 2 weeks before, I am going to pay him a fixed incentive. Maybe for our bridge project, which was a 5 million, I just said you will be getting $0.5 million as an incentive if you complete my project 1 month prior. Buyer is the person who is asking the seller to provide the services. Buyer is going to obligate the seller by paying him some money for getting the work done by the seller. So seller is going to execute the work, right? So buyer is going to obligate the seller for providing him with that services. That is what is the difference between buyer and seller. So fixed price incentive fee is nothing but, yes, seller is the service provider, buyer you can say is the company. Seller, contractor, vendor, you just think them in the same way, okay? Seller, vendor, supplier, contractor, and buyer is your company. You are the buyer. You who are like who is looking for the goods and the services. So fixed price is again, incentive fee is clear. It is just like you are trying to allow some deviation from performance, isn't it? Based on that, you are trying to always give. Maybe if you have set a kind of a price also that $5 million is for our bridge. So you say that if you're able to complete it in a lesser rate, we will give you some incentive also. That is what, or maybe if you're able to complete it 2 weeks earlier, 1 month earlier, you will be eligible for some incentive. So with the fixed price, we have just associated some incentive. So some part of a risk is being shared between the buyer and the seller. Third is your economic price adjustment. It is usually preferred when we are signing a contract for a long term, or especially where you know that you have those kinds of a material which prices of which is highly fluctuating, which is based on the consumer price indexed, isn't it? Economic conditions, because of the inflation, because of the economic changes, there may be a change. Yes, inflation, isn't it? You know that your oil, crude oil, that is highly fluctuating, isn't it? The dollars, you know that the gold, the steel, so all that thing we know. So we have signed a contract for 3 years with a vendor for supplying crude oil or a steel for our project. So for this long term, we have kept one adjustment condition, provision for adjustment based on our fluctuations, based on our inflation or the economic price changes. If it is there, we are going to share that extra cost, that extra, the additional cost, that is what we would be sharing. That is what, like, we do have a kind of a clause in our contract. Maybe after every 6 months, if we find that there is an inflation more than this percentage, or what if the consumer price index goes beyond our 5% or 6%, so we will be revising some rates. That is what is the economic price adjustment. So based on the time, we would be doing that. See, it is not, no, you are just going to share, not the entire one. Some part is because seller knows he will not sign with the fixed firm fixed price, no, because you know that steel prices are highly fluctuating, oils, that is what we are keeping for those. If the steel prices are there and based on the fluctuation, based on the inflation rate, which is going beyond certain percentage, so might be this is what is the sharing 60%, 40% sharing, that is what we would be revising it. Capped, yeah, that is what, like, we do have that kind of an adjustment in our contract, especially for those long term contract, just in order to keep the provision for our inflation currency changes, isn't it? If you have signed a contract with a company from US, we know that there is a high fluctuation in the dollar pricing. That penalties are there, no, Rakesh? We do keep those penalties, no, in the fixed price contract. If you are going to delay our project beyond that, so there will be penalties also, there would be incentives also, right? That would be there on the contract types. So that is a, this is always preferred once you have a scope clarity. Otherwise it will be highly risky for the buyer part. And also once you know that you have a limited budget, so you don't want to take lot of risk, you know that I have a limited fund, I have a limited fund, that I need to construct, I need to get my complete house construction done within that limited budget. It would be, let's say, you are focusing on a $0.5 million is what my limit, I want to get it done. So might be you can sign a fixed price contract with a clear cut scope with the vendor. That is where we are, as a buyer is always at the least risk in this type of contract. Now the second type of contract is your cost reimbursable. So this type of contract is being used where you know that might be my scope may change, where you don't have a kind of a complete, just imagine when you visit a doctor, isn't it? You have to pay a fixed fee, a consultation charges to the doctor, plus whatever test, whatever medicines, whatever thing he is going to prescribe you, you have to pay for that also, isn't it? So you cannot have a fixed price, no, that okay, these are the tests that they will be consulting me. These are the kinds of a medicine I have to, we not have a fixed scope. So that is where we know that whatever medicines, whatever test, whatever diagnosis like he is doing it, so you have to pay, but his doctor's fees is fixed, irrespective of your these price. These price may be fluctuating. These price may vary, but doctor's fee is fixed. So sometimes when we are doing a kind of a project where we know that we don't have a kind of a 100% scope known, so what we try to do with that, we will sign a contract or vendor will negotiate that hey, for fixed price it will not be okay, because same if you're constructing a bridge. So he says that okay, my charges are fixed. So both of you as a buyer and seller. So you will fix a fixed fee for the seller, that okay, I will be paying you maybe $0.2 million as a fixed fee. Along with that, whatever cost is getting incurred, all the legitimate cost I am going to bear as a buyer. So buyer will be paying for all the incurred cost for that project, plus the fixed fee of $0.2 million to the buyer. That is a kind of a cost reimbursable contract. The fixed fee will not change if it is a fixed fee. Maybe if you have signed a contract, cost plus percentage, then it may change, isn't it? But right now we don't follow that, no, because we know if you want to get the, I just want to get my project, let's say you want to do a kind of your when we do it, no, fixed fee maybe for a software part itself. So we know that we are developing a software application for one client. So this contract, where I know that client requirement could be change, isn't it? Or you want to come up with a new prototype. Imagine that. So you signed a contract with the vendor. So that company is going to charge you a fixed 25K dollar as their fee, plus whatever cost in term of their resources or the hardware or the software licenses cost, they will be raising you the bill for that. So you have to reimburse for all these costs, plus their fixed fee is going to be fixed for this prototyping. So after they complete this prototype, whatever is this incurred cost, that is immaterial. They will only get a fixed fee of 25K dollar, and all the incurred cost will be bared by you. So we are going to make the payment to the seller for all the legitimate actual cost incurred for the completed work, plus a fixed fee, that is the seller's profit. Think of a doctor's case. Think of if something has gone in your car, if something wrong, your car is not working, you just went to the garage, and that person will do all the kind of a rough estimate he will give you. But whatever work he's doing, if he's doing some repairing of your clutch or some of the replacement of your parts, some servicing of your car, he will be billing you for all that work, plus whatever his fixed charges are there, that you have to pay. That is a typical cost plus fixed fee. Now, in this type of a contract, who is at high risk, who is at low risk? Tell me. Considering this all example I gave you, no risk. What if suppose the garage person is billing you something he has not done? Isn't it? Your cost, you don't know no, how much it will. Buyer is always at a higher risk, no? Because you have to pay the seller all the incurred cost plus his fixed fee, because seller is at the least risk, because he know that I am going to get a fixed fee. Anyway, I am going to make some profit, no? In the fixed price contract, seller was at the high risk. Maybe he will make profit, maybe he will not. But here seller is for sure going to make some profit as a fixed fee he is getting. Buyer is at the highest risk, high risk. Now just to share that again, we may have a clause incentive fee. It is just like you have set a kind of a pre-negotiation formula that if the seller is able to complete, like we just do decide, it is just like say consider you have decided for your prototype cost or your software cost, that we have a kind of a software working for our attendance system. So that vendor has agreed, all right, by considering all the things, that at the most I will be able to complete it. Your incurred cost will not be more than, let's say, 500K. That is what he has agreed upon, that this is what would be the target cost. Now you have added a scheme, added a clause. If this buyer is able to the seller is able to complete in lesser than this, whatever is the cost saving, I will be paying an incentive in 90 is to 10 ratio or 80 is to 20 ratio as an incentive along with that fixed fee. Fixed fee is there. Fixed fee is, let's say, he will be getting 75K as a fixed fee. That is the seller's profit. But if he's going to finish this work in less than this target cost, for that saving part, he is going to get the incentive by 10% or 20%, whatever we have negotiated. So buyer is going to have a risk, but again, he's trying to control on that over expenditure. So let's say with this particular case, if the seller is able to complete our project with all that incurred cost in 450K, that is the actual cost which came out to be afterwards. So what seller will get? This incurred cost plus 75K was the fixed fee plus the 50K which is the cost saving, that 10% as an incentive he will be getting. 10% of 50K would be his incentive, 75K is his fixed fee, and this is the actual incurred cost for doing that particular project. They have to bill, they have to submit the bill, no, based on the bill only buyer is going to pay them, no. That is what you have to do, all those billing, all those accounting you have to maintain as a buyer, because you need to check he's not claiming for some unnecessary things also. That is why the buyer has to be very very, monitoring is very highly required from the buyer's end. You have to maintain all your accounts book, all those documents, everything properly. Are you people got this incentive fee or not? Clear? What is this fixed cost plus incentive fee? Did you get it or no? The buyer is going to reimburse for all the allowable cost plus his fixed fee would be there. That is for sure. With all the three type of a contract he will be getting. Along with that fixed fee, we are associating an incentive. If the seller is able to perform the work within the lesser than the decided cost, that could be 80-20 split over or 90-10, over and under both. Yes or no, team? The example I showed, discussed with you, that we have decided 500K as the target price and actual cost is now 450. Fixed fee for the vendor is 75K. So this is what is the actual cost which has come out to be for this project. So the seller will get 450, which is the incurred cost, plus his 75K, that is his fixed fee, and he will get the incentive. Incentive was decided, anything lesser than the target cost, we will be sharing 90 is to 10%. So here our cost saving is 50K. So 10% of 50K also he will get. So 75K plus 5K. That would be the total that buyer has to pay. Cost plus incentive fee. Did you get this incentive fee clause? Yes or no? Please do respond. Clear? It can have the another version. Yes, that is what. What if suppose by the actual cost instead of 450 gone to 510K. In that case, the overspending, that is what your cost saving would be, how much? Minus 10K. So that seller has to share this 10% of 10K from his profit. Though in real time we know that it is not usually happens, but according to PMI this would be applicable for both over as well as under. So the seller would be sharing this 10% of over spending of this 10K from his profit. That is what would be your 450K plus 75K plus your minus 10% of 10K that he would be bearing. So this is how we have a split ratio in the cost plus incentive fee. Award fee is nothing but subjective criteria. It is just if I am happy with your performance, if you make me satisfied, I am going to give you some award from maybe 5K to 25K. That I will be giving you based on the quality performance, based on my, that is a subjective criteria which cannot be appealed. That is the difference. Incentive is a pre-negotiated formula. Award is based on the subjective criteria. That is what, if I am happy with your performance, I am going to give you this as an award. So that is what vendor do not go for this award, they do prefer this incentive. When we are talking about, that is what like you have to monitor, no, that is what like we are doing it, no, we have to monitor the seller's performance. That is what you have to look for. This is how we are trying to put these incentives, awards, quality. This is where we want to more focus on the quality part. So you would be assigning the criterias for that, so that he has to work with that quality. See, award fee means it is just based on your subjective criteria, no? Based on achieving some quality performance, I would be giving you the award. It is just like you have signed a contract for some research project. Now, based on the quality of your data, the quality of your outcome, the accuracy of your outcome, I am going to give you some additional award of, which may range from 25K to 125K based on your results accuracy. If you want to focus on that kind of a project where you know that your quality matters a lot, you would go for award fee. Yes, yes. Incentive could be time based also, incentive could be cost saving also. Incentive you can give if you complete my work before time. Maybe no, we know that the this type of a contract, maybe the time is not can be decided upfront. If you're able to deliver my work within this time, I will be giving you incentive. Or if you're able to perform my project work within the negotiated cost, so whatever is the saving, I will be giving you the additional incentive. That is how this cost reimbursable contract is there. Incentive is usually not, that is what we always try to set as an award. That is a kind of an award. But in your contract, you would be specifying your criterias, no? That is what we will be doing it. Because for quality, you will be just setting up your awards. What should be your quality meters? You will set your parameters, quality matrix, and that quality matrix will be, because 100% quality cannot be achievable, no, that is what you would be sharing, that based on the performance of your quality, I am going to give you something between 125K to 500K, 5K to 125K, what could be the range of our award, right? So we are stopping it here. Third contract we'll discuss tomorrow. We'll be doing that also, questions also we'll do. Maybe they'll give you the scenario and they'll ask you, in this type of a scenario, as a project manager, what type of a contract you would prefer. Because if you know that you don't have a fixed scope and you want to start up a work, so how you are going to do that, that is what we'll discuss in the tomorrow's session, time and material, where we should prefer cost reimbursable, where we know that our scope is not known in the beginning. That is where you have to do. Or maybe they will explain you the scenario, what is the contract we have preferred in this scenario. Okay, so we are stopping it here in the contract. Last contract is your time and material. We'll discuss it tomorrow, and then we'll move on to our budget planning. Budget and risk, that we will be covering tomorrow itself. Fine team. So hope you have got schedule and resource and procurement almost 90% we have covered. Only 10%, that is the last contract type. This topic was easier, no? As compared to scope and schedule, isn't it? How do you find say? Yeah, this is much easier, right? Now all these topics would be easy. All the other topics, risk might be somewhat where we have some tricky questions on the risk response plans. Rest is all very, very easy topics now. So only scope and schedule what the was the kind of a, we say, very lengthy, and lot of informations are there from predictive and adaptive, right? So thank you team. Tomorrow we will be covering our remaining the last contract type, and then we'll move on to the budget planning, predictive and adaptive, then the risk planning also, because budget is a very small topic, not a big one. Budget and risk we would be able to complete by tomorrow. Quality integration is again just a half an hour session. We'll see if it could be done tomorrow, otherwise next week only. So tomorrow's agenda is just to finish our procurement. We'll do the questions also, and then budget and risk we are going to cover. So today we just completed our schedule planning in the predictive and in the adaptive, where we just do the relative estimation, and we do have our detailed estimate for our sprint wise. Yes, that is what Sonal we are going to discuss tomorrow. No, third type that we prefer in the agile mostly, staff augmentation, all those things. This is what we will be talking about tomorrow. Time and material contract. The last two sessions, one day we'll spend for our fourth chapter. That is a very simple one, execution. What we have covered so far. So now during execution, as a project manager, you have to collaborate with your people, empower them, lead them, motivate them so that they work. And then lastly is your evaluating and monitoring. Yes, that is what we'll cover in the final chapter, fifth chapter. How do we evaluate our project performance? How we will be monitoring our scope, budget, schedule, quality, risk, resources, contract, and how do we manage those changes? So fifth chapter talks about our monitoring and control. I think that is what in the beginning only I explained you. Fifth chapter is our monitoring and control process group. Fourth chapter is talking about the execution, and last chapter is just the wrapping up, closing. So 3 hours it will be taking for our fourth session, 4 hours for last fifth chapter. This is about our closing. That is what is our agenda that we have. Now we have to refer today your managed schedule chapter notes, and the questions are also there. You can also refer to the chapter notes. How do we manage resource? And there is a chapter notes plan procurement. So you have got now 4 PDFs to refer. If you have not finished your scope, then complete your scope, schedule, resources, procurement. They are separate files on the third chapter under your chapter notes folder. Budget, plan and manage resources, plan and manage procurement, right? So we'll cover our third type that is preferred in the agile, and we'll move on to the next topic. So any questions related to the content or the operational part, we can spend some time over that. All right, team, thank you so much, and see you tomorrow. How the contract obligations are made. Yeah, Ami, we will talk about that in the fifth chapter in our change, no, when we'll talk about our evaluation and process. So we'll talk about how do we manage those disputes, what are those terms and conditions which are there, that we will be discussing. How do we manage the changes and how do we manage the contract changes also. Because right now we are only focusing on the planning part. This chapter is purely planning. How do we plan the things, and during our execution and monitoring we'll talk about the other things. Okay, questions folder. You have a schedule. You have, I think, questions related to our procurement. I'll see if it is not there, I'll add it. Procurement questions, if it is there on the drive, I'll just see. Otherwise schedule questions are there, try to do, and your procurement. If you have not done the scope questions, do complete them also. Otherwise, schedule and procurement. I'll see if it is not being added, I will do that. Not there, I'll just add it. After the session only, I'll upload it. All right, Nisha, just a minute. Please go ahead, Nisha.
Ma'am, thank you for the class. And one clarification actually. When I'm reading the lessons, it's becoming little difficult. But at least no, when we are practicing the questions, it's become little more. Maybe we can relate to the things. So
Exactly.
yeah, so you because when I'm reading, you it's not getting I mean, mind is not getting stick to
It
that.
happens. It happens. That is what like we do recommend. As many questions you do, that will be giving you more confidence and more
Oh,
clarity on the concept also. That is the best way. As much questions you do it, no, that will develop your mindset also, and that will be and go through the justifications as well. If you read
okay.
that justification, it will enhance your topics learning also. It will help you in the other questions solution as well. Reviewing the question is very very important, whether it is correct. If you have marked it correct, still you have to read the justification, that it
Okay,
should be there.
so that method is fine, right?
Yeah, that is a fine method, that is what we say,
Okay.
because
Oh, so,
sometimes it becomes boring, no, reading through those books
yeah,
becomes
that's why it's
boring.
becoming boring actually. So my
Exactly.
what I'm asking is, you're whatever you are uploading, I'm doing it. So once fifth chapter is over, this learner LMS, there
LM
are practice papers, right?
assessment test papers are there.
So that practice papers, if you refer, will that be okay?
Yes,
So anything
there's a
else
good
need to be done?
there's a good practice test. There I think more than 14
Ah,
15 test papers are there.
ah,
Five are the PMI test paper. Those are the dump of the previous PMP exams.
ah,
You will not repeat because
ah,
those are the or like we say retired questions, but similar type of questions will come. So do
ah,
attempt all those five test paper and do the simply learn mock test also. That
ah.
will develop your mindset for the PMP.
So
That is a
that
good practice. That
with
is more
that
than
I'll be
sufficient.
able to crack the
Yeah,
exams.
yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. You will
Okay,
be.
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Purushottam, if you go through those PDF at the after the questions, there are the answers also. If you have checked it, no, answers are also there in the same PDF. Okay, if you open that PDF, okay, fine. Thank you. So, all right, team, I'm signing off as I could not see any more questions. See you tomorrow with our next topic.
Thank you, Ranjita ma'am, for an insightful session, and a big thank you to everyone for your active participation. Before you leave, a feedback survey will appear in your browser. We truly value your input. If you have enjoyed the session, we would appreciate a 5-star rating. If there is anything could have been better, please share your thoughts with us. And once again, thank you. See you tomorrow.